Okay, Israel. I hope everybody's doing well. Shabbat Shalom. We're back at it. Classes are rocking and rolling. We're going to get into our prayers in a little bit, but before we do that, shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. I hope your brothers doing well. The brothers and sisters that are in California, our prayers are with you. We know that these fires are not just hitting Esau. I know people, literally Israelites, that are getting hit with these fires. So our thoughts and prayers are out to y'all. We're gonna pray to make sure the Most High looks after y'all particular locations, and He blesses y'all and then keeps y'all safe. Also shout out SOW, Virginia, Houston, and Rochester. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well today also. So we'll get started with our prayers. Imagine. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa. Nothing a war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa. Nothing a
Rayach.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa. Nothing a Ha-Shabbat. Ha-Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyanya, Ahoyim, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashamamah, Yashurala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tizalia, Ayat, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Hala Bana, Hala Yala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makor, Riot, Yashemah, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemah, Awalakia, Yabu'aya, Ba'aitha, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
If you like Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Avanella, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Baba'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Neptananoah, Yacham, Kol, Yawam, Ratzalachana, Chawathina, Chawathina, Wala'ah, Fabiano, Vanessa one, Abo, Awashano, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amrakwa, Waha'ala, Lathapara, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hashabbath.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. Thana'a. I'm sorry. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. Tha'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. Tha'chamat. Asherah. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshabim.
Israel seated.
Okay, y'all, we're going to try to get through this phase that we've been going on dealing with Ptolemy Philadelphus and his project of getting the Bible translated from the Hebrew to the Greek and establishing a separate book of understanding for himself so that the Greek world can have a better understanding of what this Bible is talking about. One thing is a fact is that through the reading, Esau, the so-called white man, his understanding of spiritual concepts there was a significant disconnection from spiritual concepts. Now, philosophical, science, and technical scenarios, different story. But on a spiritual level, they didn't understand ways of the Spirit, which was why this separate book of understanding was needed. And also, this 2-week discourse about understanding leadership and understanding spirituality through leadership was necessary when Ptolemy had the 72 elders hemmed up for 2 weeks before they could even get started on their translation, because he was so fixated picking their brain on the how and the why and the significance in using the Bible to run his kingdom. Because listen, when Ptolemy says, listen, now I know how to run my kingdom, you're going to tell me he didn't know how to sit back here and deal with subjects leading up to that point? You're going to tell me that Ptolemy Soter, his father, didn't teach him what leadership was and what being a king was and a general was? Yes, he knew the technical minutia and how to lead men and how to sit back and handle subjects and so forth and so on. But what he didn't know how to do was deal with his people spiritually. He didn't understand how to deal with his people on a spiritual level. That's where he was ignorant in regards to ruling his kingdom. He didn't understand the spiritual concept and what it took to lead the nation. When you sit back here and read Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6, that chapter 6 verse 1 through 11 kind of explains to you what it takes to gain the Most High's favor while you're in position of authority. But we'll go into that later.
And when you look at the Greek culture, they believe in Greek gods, and they believed in Greek mythology. And a lot of that mythology is what it is. For example, when the Greeks had a plague or they had a famine, they said we need to kill 2 people a year. 2 people got to die. A male and a female has to die every year. That there's a tragedy or a calamity or a natural disaster or famine. A male had to get, and then they would walk him up along the coastline in honor of Zeus, and they would throw feces on him and fruits.
Give him to the Kraken act.
Yeah, and then no, they set him on fire. Feed him to the Kraken. Yeah.
Release the Kraken.
Hey, like that old 1980s.
That's what I'm saying. The Kraken,
the 70s.
And that cuckoo clock that was all like that cheap hour.
The mechanic. As you can see the strings on that.
Yes, that's crazy.
But that's what they believed in.
Yeah.
Then they set him on fire. They burn them on fire. They burn them alive, and then they'll scatter their ashes in the ocean. And they said that's how we need to appease the deities in order to get rid of this famine.
That sounds like Indiana Jones to me. It's in the Greek version.
Yeah.
That sounds like Canaan to me. They're doing the same things that the base nations did to honor their gods.
Well, they didn't have a true understanding of who's controlling everything
and what it took to please the Heavenly Father. They'd rather do that than just sit back here and take care of their people the right way. Take care of the poor. Not to overly harass or break down the subjects of their kingdom. Treat them with love and respect like you treat your own people.
Yep.
And in doing that, the Most High would honor that. That kind of thinking, they were completely privy to. They didn't understand what it took to establish spiritual concepts to navigate and maintain your kingdom. Okay? So what we're going to do real quick is quickly gloss over in the Philo the interactions and the communications that Ptolemy Philadelphus had with the 72 chosen elders from Israel that had understanding of Greek writing also, or not Greek writing, but Greek language. And just kind of go back over that discourse and kind of finish up this topic so we can go into Daniel's 11 next week. That's one other time. We're going to go into Daniel's 11 because we're there. We're going to do it. So let's do this. Philo, page 493. It's 493. And it's going to be paragraph 33.
All right, follow. Page 493, line 33.
Mm-hmm.
And when they arrived at the king's court, they were hospitably received by the king. And while they feasted, they in return feasted their entertainer with witty and virtuous conversation. For he made experiment of the wisdom of each individual among them.
So, connecting this with Josephus, we read Josephus. We didn't get a chance to connect this with Philo. But for 2 weeks, Ptolemy was grilling them and testing their intellect. And he was testing their intellect on a philosophical presence. While he was eating with them and drinking wine and enjoying their time, he was doing a lot of testing about where their mind was, where their spirit was. Let's continue.
All right. So he said, for he made experiment of the wisdom of each individual among them, putting to them a succession of new and extraordinary questions, and they, since the time did not allow of their being prolix in their answers.
So he says, their answers to these wordy, elongated discussions were very short and to the point. A lot of times the Greeks, they get off to these long soliloquies, these long explanations, these long rhetorical responses, and they just sit down there in their little squares or their areas and just talk deep for long stretches of time. And that community respects that. As Ptolemy was sitting back here and grilling them with these elaborate conversations, their answers were always short and sweet, spiritual, and right to the point. Why is that? One, the scripture tells us that we should let our yea be yea and our nay be nay and get to the point. That was the purpose of how Christ taught us. And also, our nature was to be direct with our answers.
Yeah.
Our nature was not to sit back here and choose all these different words to explain a point. We were very direct in our communication, very direct in how we dealt with issues in general. Okay? So, when it says, did not allow of their being prolix in their answers were not lengthy and wordy. Read on.
Replied with great propriety and fidelity, as if they were delivering apothegms, which they had already prepared.
So he says their communication was like they had prepared answers already. And they weren't prepared answers. They were so direct and sharp. What is it explaining about the spirit that was with them and the clarity and the discernment that they had? Because what's happening is, have you ever been in a conversation, whether it's a Bible argument, a spirited debate, a class topic, and you said, damn, man, if I would have known the topic was going this direction, I would have said this, this, and that.
Exactly.
How many times you sit back and say, damn it, I was in the heat of the battle and I didn't think about this. Or I was in the heat of this argument and I didn't think about saying it that way. If I had more time, I would have played that back and did it different.
Yeah.
These guys gave answers as if they had that time that we all asked for.
Right. The information was concise and condensed.
It was already thought about and processed and so clear that they were like, my goodness. Someone was like, man, you're not stumbling and fumbling. You're able to pick up what I'm saying, listen to all this rhetoric, and then come with the right answer, the right time.
Or when you ask somebody a question and you could tell they tap dancing and they're dancing around the question and they're beating around the bush.
Yeah.
And they're trying to buy time to figure something out.
Yes.
Or they ask you to repeat the question again. Can you repeat that again? Yeah, let me hear that one more time. Now why do you ask me that question? You know what I'm saying? It's not like they're beating around the bush. Like they go straight to the point and they have the answer on tap.
Kind of. He says their answers were like they were explaining or speaking maxims. And maxims are like just words of wisdom. I kind of think of maxims like Aesop's fables. These short, concise statements about life that are ways that you're supposed to live life. Proverbs, things of that nature. But he's running off these 72 elders are running off this information off the top of their dome as if it is rehearsed. And this is what also was amazing, Ptolemy, to the point that Orestius, his number 2 man, was taking notes in all these discussions.
Orestius, right?
Orestius, and he even ended up writing a book just off this 2 weeks of conversating with these 72 others. There was enough gold in there to last and to teach a person how to run their own empire. Because through that 2-week conversation, this is what Ptolemy said, listen, with this information, I'm able to run my kingdom properly now. Just off this 2 weeks of talking and asking questions and talking to these brothers and getting information and getting answers, going back home, thinking about what they said, and then thinking, listen, the funny thing is, Ptolemy got time to retort. He got time to digest the information, go home, come up with other answers, other ways to challenge the intellect of these elders. And they're just firing off angles, firing off solutions, firing off clarity. It's just letting you know when you have understanding, when your mind is clear, when you have done, when you've served the Most High long enough and have given your mind to the Most High, those parables and information comes off the top of the dome a lot clearer because you're immersed in it, because you're given to it. Matter of fact, I think this is the verse. I want to make sure I get it before I pull it. No, this isn't the one. There is one about speaking exquisite parables. We're not going to that right now.
Yeah, you put apocrypha.
Yeah, but let's continue. Unless you want to pull something.
No, unless you want to pull that verse, but
yeah, it is a have to.
Okay. It says,
Paragraph 34 or line 34, whatever.
So when they had won this approval, and also he dropped a lot of money on these men.
He's getting his money's worth.
You want to make sure you get your money's worth when you got these 72 guys here. You just spent $2 billion on these guys. You want to make sure that these guys know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's what it is. He wants to make sure. He's trying to make sure that they were on his intellectual level.
Yeah.
Because he's like, if these guys aren't on my intellectual level, then really, what good is this Bible? You know what he's doing? He's doing what most people do to us. We can sit back here and pull verses, quote concepts. But what does Esau and most other people want to know? They want to hear your opinion, but is it is your opinion? But what is he also trying to read and pick up from you?
If you believe it.
That's one thing. Do you believe it? But also what?
Does it work?
How has it benefited you?
Yeah, how does it work for you?
Does it work? How has it benefited you? You can run off these verses, this, and this. But listen, how has it worked in your personal life?
What experience do you have?
What experience have you found success living this life? What by using this wisdom, how has it improved your day-to-day lifestyle? This is what they're trying to figure out also. Because what good is rambling a bunch of information if it has produced nothing in your life?
Mm-hmm. Right, like, are you a parent or an ambassador?
Yeah. That's an aspect. How much has this information impacted you? How much has living this Bible impacted? This is why I was talking to your brother today. Why it's great that brothers come to class and we come to class and we participate in the camp. But if we don't make this Bible ours, you got to sit back here, listen to class, allow the teachers to establish the template for you to follow. But if you can't go in this book for yourself and study and see the power for yourself, then what are you doing here? I have said this before. I said it today also. A lot of Israelites be in a camp and they don't even read the Bible. A camp and a school. What is this camp and a school? Isn't it supposed to be a Bible-based camp and school? Is this a Bible school? If it's a Bible school, how come brothers don't read the Bible when they get home? Seriously. Then why are you in a Bible school? That's the real question. What are you going to say?
You don't feel safe unless you're not around the brother.
And this is the, you see how there's a disconnect there? If I'm around people that are trying to live like God, that's enough for me. But if you don't study, how are you going to make the book yours for you to see the validity in it? I can't express how many times I've served the Most High and I've seen men make mistakes. Countless times. People make mistakes all the time. And you know what happens when men make mistakes? Oh man, I came into the truth and I got let down. I came in the truth and this man did this and he made this mistake and now my faith is shaken. You know why a person's faith is shaken? Because they see another man make a mistake? Because they didn't read the Bible themselves. That's what man-pleasing is. Man-pleasing isn't about staying in order and following orders. Man-pleasing is taking a person's word for it and jocking their faith.
Yeah, faith right.
They faith right. Now I want to say another word, but you're riding on a person's coattail, and you're not building faith yourself. That is the element of man pleasing that people got. We just don't study and commit to the book, because when you study and commit to the book, the Bible is full of scenarios when people read the Bible and other people that are over them might make mistakes. There's flaws. Listen, there's examples of what to do and what not to do all throughout the scriptures. So why are we acting like so surprised when we see men fall and get weak. This happens all the time. So once again, when if you ask yourself if your faith is rocked and your confidence in the Most High is rocked, it's because you never read the book enough for yourself in the first place. And if you take the time to read the book and make these scriptures yours, you will have what it takes to endure this race down the line. And once again, we are in a Bible school and we don't read the Bible. That doesn't make sense to me. If you're in middle school, high school, don't you got to take your work home with you? If you want to be successful? Or you want to sit back and do your work in study hall, right? That's what most people want to do. I'm going to do my work in study hall and I don't got to think about nothing. I can be in the sticks the rest of the day. Those aren't the greatest those aren't the greatest athletes at all, and they ain't getting nothing done in their life. They're just wasting their time, huh? Especially with those guys with those earphones, like their headphones, they don't hear nothing. At all. They're like, you're yelling, you're talking loud as cuss, and people are trying to be quiet. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Like, what are you doing? What am I explaining? We'll give our spirit to the fun and the break that happens after we go to school. But we never understood what school is about. School is about digesting concepts.
Exactly.
Digesting concepts and making those concepts yours. Mm-hmm. Why are we in the Bible school if we don't digest these concepts and make these concepts ours? You're wasting your time. Yeah, everybody said, man, all the camp is just work. Well, that's all you want to do. You want to be a borderline. You want to be a borderline and mad that you're just a borderline. You don't want to exercise your brain. You don't want to do that. Yeah, man, go study, y'all. Get in this book, y'all. You got to study, y'all. How many times we got to say it?
It's not a commercial, bro. It's not a commercial.
The thing is this. But then people, 5 years down the line, oh, man, I wasted my time. It was just work. All the brothers want me to do was work. No. All you chose to do was work. Yeah. All you chose to do was use your body and think, as I'm using my body, God's going to sit back here and bless me with extended time in the truth. This is the mindset that we have. That religious, extreme, out the spirit way of thinking. If you don't put the work in, what do you have to recall when you need the most? It's like the person in sports that just works out at practice. The guy that just works out at practice learns nothing. You ever been to a practice? Most of the time, the practice is based on the guy that haven't figured it out yet. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. The group practice is about getting the team better. You don't get the team better until you fix the weak links. So practice 80% of the time is on fixing the weak link. But what about you in the middle? How do you get better? What you do after practice is what makes you better. But once again, it's that same thinking. If I just go to a practice and show up and do bare minimum, I should see success. That's not life. Why are we? We're going there because I think Israel needs to be conscious of this truth. If you don't put the work in studying and reading and making this book yours, when your life around you looks uncertain, what do you have to hold on to? Food? Drugs? Sleep? Chasing women? That's what we hold on to when life shakes us up a little bit. Anyway, what's my point? Going back to the topic, these elders, they lived it. They lived this work. They were lawyers. Listen, the term lawyers was the person who sat back here and studied the law. What is a lawyer nowadays? They study all these different court cases. Yep. They know these court cases like the back of their hand to establish precedent.
Penal codes and court cases.
And they use these penal codes and these court cases to sit back and find loopholes in the law to sit back and exonerate their client. They know what they're not supposed to do, but then there are court cases that sometimes blur the lines between what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. So you got to sit back here from a lawyer's perspective and know the law and know the different court cases that challenge the law. You got to look at it on a national level, federal level, and on a state level, and on a county level to find the loopholes in judgments to give your client leverage. That means you're constantly looking at the nuances of law. But we're supposed to be lawyers too. We're supposed to be steadily looking at the nuances of these scriptures. The little details, and it's not just the law, it ain't just the stories, it's the nuances, it's just the lessons in the stories and everything. And you don't get the nuances and the little things unless you go over these topics over and over and over and over and over again. People think, if I'm not teaching, I don't need to put this time in. My question is, how are you going to ever be justified to get on the podium if you don't put the time in when it don't benefit you? You got to put the time in ahead of time. So if you are called and asked to teach, you'll be ready. But these 72 elders, they were committed. They had given their life to serving the Most High. They had given their life to these scriptures. And they knew how to work and follow these scriptures in real time. It's one thing to have book knowledge. They had experience on what happens when leaders fail, when leaders miss the mark. They have experience when leaders maintain integrity. These guys had to be in their 60s and 70s. So they were around to see good times, bad times, difficult times, and the experience is what you need, coupled with the law. And this is what's being displayed in this 2 weeks of talking and counseling and philosophical communication. Their answers were clear, sharp, right to the point, and those sharp answers sometimes come off like they're parables. And that's what the Greeks are responding. They call them maxims, but their responses sound like parables. And that's just experience talking. That's like us talking about different battles at the mall and how to look at things spiritual. Sometimes things are being said comes off like a parable. If you want the Most High to respond to you and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, don't take any breaks. Don't take any bathroom breaks. Don't take any food breaks. Don't even leave the cart until the spirit breaks. That's like a maxim.
Or you gotta teach out of a hole. If you're in a hole, nothing's working, and it's all against the wall, and it's 6 o'clock, you better teach the Bible. You better teach somebody the Bible out. You better teach the Lord out.
Or deny yourself. I guess, God. What are we trying to say? These are lessons in overcoming your battle in certain scenarios. There's certain spiritual approaches you take to get the Most High's response. And in a response to these elders giving Ptolemy these snares that come off like parables and maxims, and he was blown away how clear and precise they were and unrehearsed they were. But you got more of that?
Yeah, it's
let's go back 34 again.
34. So when they had won his approval, they immediately began to fulfill the objects for which the honorable embassy had been sent.
So now they won him. They won his trust. They proved their validity. Orestes wrote a book off of it. 2 weeks had passed. Now it's time. They're in the island of Pharos, in this beachy area. Now let's get to work and make these translations. Continue.
It says, and considering among themselves how important the affair was, to translate laws which had been divinely given by direct inspiration.
And this is a reminder that all scriptures from the Most High are divinely inspired. A lot of times people want to sit back here and say that the Bible was a man-made book and it was just written by men. It was written by men that were divinely inspired by the Heavenly Father. 1 Peter 1:20. Well, let's continue.
Since they were not able either to take away anything or to add anything or to alter anything, but were bound to preserve the original form and character of the whole composition.
And so the pressure was not to add or take away from any other message. That's what Revelations 22 and 18 says. Read that real quick. Revelations 22, verse 18 and 19. You talking about restiest take, man?
Yeah, listen. But
Hold on.
I'm not even going to go there.
Yeah.
But it gives you the dialogue.
Okay. Read that. Revelation 22, verse 18 and 19 in the Bible. Revelations. Anybody? Yeah.
Salute her.
Just read it correct. We'll get everybody rotated in a little bit.
Revelation chapter 22 and verse 18. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, the Most High shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book.
So the high priest understood even before this was written that you can't add a personal opinions, add what your take is that deviates from the spirit of the message. The important thing was the spirit of the message. And sometimes the spirit of the message can be lost in what? In translation. So they're like, we have to make sure when we're translating from Hebrew to Greek that the message and the spirit behind the message doesn't get distorted.
Yeah.
While we're translating, it can be easier to do that because in Greek there's like 10 words to 1 or 2 words in Hebrew that explain the same point. So part of that challenge was getting 72 men to agree on the spirit behind the message and the spirit behind each word translated to make sure there's no deviance in what's being brought out. That's what takes so long to rewrite this Bible. Everything has to be translated to perfection. Read on in verse 19.
Verse 19. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, the Most High shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book.
So everybody understood that they still wanted salvation. And in order to get and maintain salvation, there had to be a concerted effort to make sure, what are you going to call it, a war? The translation was perfect. But let's continue.
What's funny?
You want to go back or follow?
Yeah, let's go back to follow, sir.
Okay. So it says, considering among themselves how important the affair was to translate laws which had been divinely given by direct inspiration, since they were not able either to take away anything, or to add anything, or to alter anything, but were bound to preserve the original form and character of the whole composition. They looked out for the most completely purified place of all the spots on the outside of the city.
So they're saying in order to do this right, we can't have any distractions. In order for the Spirit of the Most High to really work through you, this is what they're saying. We need to make sure these translations are pure, they're clear, and we have to make sure the Spirit is with us. And in order to sit back here and ensure that there's clarity and that there's the opportunity for clarity, let's get to the outskirts of the world and the country so we can sit back here and have a clear mind on what needs to get done for the Spirit to work through us. He's letting us know, he's giving us hints on what we need to do for the Spirit to work through us. I don't know if you ever saw, there was this movie called The Accountant. And Ben Affleck was just like, he was on the spectrum. And he was this assassin. But he was this methodical, gangster-ass dude that showed no emotion because he was autistic. And his form of relaxation was listening to he was blasting rock music and like using hard rollers to roll out all the pain, all the lumps out of his legs. You ever used to run track, and if you ran track a lot, you'd have these lumps on the front of your shins, and you're running this hard this hard roller through your shins. That's painful as hell. And he's sitting back here, rolling his shins in pain, playing rock music to the highest octave, and also having lights like flickering on and off. It's a black. All the lights are off, but he has this light that's flickering off like this.
He's doing that.
And he's like, but that was what relaxes him. Why am I bringing this out? Israel be playing music and studying. What's the damn difference? We're playing music, watching television shows, trying to get the spirit to lock into you. It's no different than you being an Edomite guy in his drawers, messing up his legs through pain, popping pills to calm down. It's the same form of insanity. I'm only bringing it out. If you watch the movie, like, this is what this guy does to relax. Play music at the highest, loudest level, having the room completely dark with this strobe light that's like a violent strobe light out. It's like, it's crazy hot. And this is his relaxation after a stressful day.
He's trying to get into the zone.
But it's a relaxing zone. Like, nothing about this image is relaxing. Who's seen the movie? You saw that part, right? Like, there's nothing relaxing with this guy's doing right here. What am I trying to say? This is what Israel does, and they call it studying. This is what we do. There's nothing but chaos around. I'm studying. I'm reading the scriptures. I'm getting my 30 minutes in. Like, what are you talking about? How are you going to get anything accomplished with the screen on, television on, music playing?
Notifications going on.
No, bing, 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 bing. All kind of phone stuff going on. How are you going to lock in?
Or some sipping drink at the same time.
Remember, brother, sit back here and put pictures of alcohol they having and the wine they having, and the scriptures. Just getting my studying and winding down, studying. How you studying under the influence?
Yeah.
I don't give a damn how many. If it's 1 or 2 glasses of wine, you ain't going. You missing something. Something's gonna miss. This is what people do. I have literally seen this with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, I'm studying. Well, how good you go? How far are you gonna go into the studying?
True.
How far are you gonna study? What you gonna get out of it? What are we trying? Listen, the things written aforetime are written for our learning. Why are we bringing out this example? Not that Philo is the Bible, but it kind of gives you insights on successful spiritual men and what they did to lock in. Quiet, peace. They went to a remote island. It was like in the island of Pharos, it was one of the wonders of the world were built there. It was a lighthouse. It was this huge lighthouse that was also on the island. You ever seen those main lighthouses? It's quiet. It's peaceful. You hear water. You just hear water, and it's just you hear seagulls. Listen, and there's a little light in the night. There's a light for ships because that's what the lighthouse was for beckoning ships to see. Hey, there's hope here. That's land ho. So what am I saying? This was the backdrop of the environment necessary to help lock in. The hustle and bustle of the city would have been too much to stay focused. Now, is it going to be absolute quiet in our life? No. But can you fight to try to make it as quiet and peaceful as you can?
The problem is, though, when you make it too quiet, you go to sleep.
But the problem is this. Then who? That's an indictment on the man, ain't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like this.
That's what we
It's too quiet.
And the Lord said,
wake by a word. I just had quiet. I went to sleep for a year. I just didn't eat anything.
Bro, listen, that's the problem. That lets you know there's a problem. That lets you know how disconnected to the spirit you are. That quiet puts you to sleep. That quiet knocks you out. Now listen, if you want to give a Jew a sleeping pill, let's get the Bible out. Listen, Have a Jew read the Bible on their bed. That's better than Tylenol. That's better than pain medications. That will knock you out. Have the Jew take put his night clothes on and read the scriptures out.
So
And let him lay on his stomach while he's reading the scriptures out. He's out of there, right?
Yeah.
That is a sleeping pill. I don't care what nobody says. You will go to sleep in 20 minutes or less. Guaranteed. Everybody's laughing because they tried it.
You had the head nod.
Is head nodding or spittle drops?
Yep.
You got spittle drops on your Bible. That means this guy's out of here, man. This guy is out of here. You better figure something out.
You're not getting nothing at that point.
You're out of here. You're out of there. You're out of there. You better sit back here, brew some coffee, get walking. You better sit back here. You got to maybe pace and read the scriptures and pace out.
Stand up. You
better fight. You better do something. You better do something now. You better give you 20. Get some blood flow or something.
Yeah.
But all I can say is, if you give in every time, you're out of there. You're gonna be always out of there.
I remember in my youth, I like started trying to study my own, and bro, sisters, I studied my own. I just kept falling asleep. I looked at like 8 months went by. I'm like, man, bro, I'm never gonna read the Bible, bro. I'm never gonna get the Bible in because I keep falling asleep. What do I do? I said, I'm gonna study reading. I'm gonna study stand up. I'm gonna stand up and study that. You gotta figure something out.
Just visualize your favorite thing to do in the world. You fall asleep on that?
No.
Nope.
What is it? What is it you really want to do? Don't answer it. What is it you really want to be doing when they study? Something else. And they will find the energy to fulfill whatever they got to get done. When it comes to reading the Bible, all of a sudden I can't do it.
Can't lock in.
But you are supposed to be a Bible student. You're supposed to be somebody who says they want to serve God. How does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. And every person has a battle that's somewhat similar to that, and you better figure it out if you want to gain traction in serving the Lord. 30 minutes is the start. That's the least you can do to give him. It's 30 minutes of your time. That's the least. You can't give him 30 minutes? I don't want to hear you're that busy. Every day you're that busy. Don't buy it. What are we going into this point? All we're saying is there's got to be some level of effort built up and commitment built up so you can fight anything that's making you not get this Bible and make it yours. That's on you. That's what we all got to show the Most High to say, you know what, we love him and we respect him. Do you respect him enough to find a quiet place to lock in? And my thing is this, if you need distractions or slight distractions to lock you in, that's a start. But I'm telling you, if you don't eventually cut out all these things you got to manufacture, focus, there's limits to how much the Most High is going to work through you on understanding in these scriptures. Because you got to be able to read long enough to push past the tiredness. That's when the answers come. Have y'all studied to the point where you're exhausted and you push through it, and then you get more clarity once you push through it? You get a boost of energy.
Yeah.
After you push through it, then the answers come even clearer. Then you can actually get. You got to get a couple hours in for things to really stick. To really get a grasp of a concept, you've got to push past this 20 to 30 minute threshold we have. And having a quiet environment helps receive the information. I'm getting repetitive, but this is what even the high priest did in order to make sure they didn't make mistakes and to help them lock in. Yes.
It's just crazy how fast it hits you. Like, you have so much energy, like, taking care of things around the house. As soon as you grab the Bible, It's like something, just,
Yeah.
the spirit just weighing on you.
Done.
It's like, God, it's like, where did
But
I
if you got to chop wood, you got to use to chop wood. You can chop wood, do chores, pick things up,
stuff
haul this,
down.
take the trash out.
Yep.
Physical duties ain't a problem.
You got to literally like get up, do some jumping jacks,
Yeah.
or something.
Yes. That shows how weak we are. And every one of us have it to a certain degree. So I'm not pointing anybody out. But if you don't fight it, then what are you here for? What are you here for if you don't learn to fight that? Here's your hand.
I remember there was one time there was so much I had to do, and I was so stressed out. And I called Sean Shawano, and I asked him, "What should I do, bro?" He said, "Forget about all that stuff that you got to do, and just study, and then see how that goes." And I did that, and brother, I was just at peace doing everything else. Like what you said, gives you like the energy and everything, and give me that boost, and that work. But I wasn't stressed out. I was handling my business. Everything was done. I got everything done.
Done.
You know why? Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8, verse 16.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8 and verse 16, page 62. It says, "After I am come into mine house,
It said, when you come into your house, go ahead.
I will repose myself with her."
What does that mean to repose yourself with her? By definition.
Done.
What does that mean to repose yourself with the scriptures?
Repose. 1828, Webster's Dictionary. What point?
Number 2.
Point number 2, it says, to lay, to rest as the mind.
It says, so your mind, that's where we should go to find rest.
That's
The problem is we go to find rest in other places.
Yeah.
We're looking for rest and doing other things, trying to say, I need to do this. We tell ourselves, I need to do this to relax. I need to do this to relax. This is what relaxes my mind. Well, we haven't learned how to relax our mind with the scriptures. Read on.
It says, after I am come into mine house, I will repose myself with her.
Go ahead.
For her conversation have no bitterness.
It said because there's no side effects. You can watch TV and get brain rot.
Oh yeah.
You could eat food and get overweight. There's always a side effect to everything else that people use to relax themselves. You can smoke cigarettes, and people tell themselves that too. You know, I need to smoke a cigarette, relax my nerves. Yeah, but you're not considering the fact that not only is it a biblical side effect, it's a physical side effect,
And the lungs getting black too.
yeah, and also it's a spiritual side effect. The Most High ain't messing with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the only thing that doesn't have side effects is studying. There's no side effects to that. He says there's no bitterness to her. Read.
And to live with her have no sorrow.
And it's never bad when you can go home and sit in the Bible and study. There's never a problem with that. You never have an issue in your life. Matter of fact, you'll start removing your issues when you do. Read on.
Says, and to live with her have no sorrow, but mirth and joy.
It said, what do you get out of going home and learn how to study?
Mirth and joy.
You learn how to have a good time. The Bible actually is a good time. The Bible will actually entertain your mind. It's the best form of entertainment. Because the Most High open up your mind to things you never seen before. Things that you never known before. But we be looking for alternative forms of entertainment, and it doesn't satisfy us. All other forms of entertainment is artificial. Read on.
Now when I consider these things in myself, I ponder them in my heart.
Go ahead.
How that to be allied unto wisdom is immortality.
It says, you know what? That's the only thing that's going to get us eternal salvation. Is to be allied with wisdom. The Most High, to be fully acquainted with the Most High's wisdom. And learning how He does things. Read on.
And great pleasure it is to have her friendship. And in the works of her hands.
But a lot of people don't want to be friends with wisdom. They want to make girlfriends they friends. They want to make boyfriends they friends. They want to make somebody else they friend. A lot of people don't want to be friends with wisdom. I'd rather do anything and everything else but be friends with wisdom.
Yep.
Trying to make other affiliations. Read on.
And great pleasure it is to have her friendship. And in the works of her hands are infinite riches.
And you get rich on top of it. Read on.
And in the exercise of conference with her, prudence.
It said, but you got to be exercised in the conversation with wisdom. You know what that means? You know what the first exercise is? Can I do 5 minutes of study?
Yep.
Okay, can I do 10 minutes? Can I do 20 minutes? Can I do 30 minutes? Can I do an hour? Can I do an hour of studying without going to sleep? Can I not fade out after an hour? Okay, can I give the Most High 3 hours?
Well, just on an hour. Just on an hour. It takes 15, 20 minutes to clear your thoughts. It takes 15, 20 minutes to get all this residual of your day out of your mind.
Yep.
So if you just say, I'm going to study for 20 minutes, how much time did you already study? Probably like 5 to 7 minutes of really digesting information. How many times have y'all studied before and have to read the same chapter over and over again until it sticks? That lets you know, hey, I'm not even locked in yet.
Yep.
So maybe we should be studying. Maybe the timetable, the clock should start once you're locked in. Then you get a legitimate 30 minutes of studying, or an hour, or 3 hours. Just to be honest, just because you sat here in front of the Bible doesn't mean you were focused for an hour or 3 hours at a time.
Yep.
More times than not, you're wrestling with your flesh for 30 minutes before the Spirit says, okay, this guy's serious. I will leave him to his devices. Am I right or wrong? This is a spiritual fight. If you're a family member, you got kids pulling on you, Daddy,
Paul.
Daddy,
Paul.
Daddy, Paul.
Come point your spirit in that.
Yeah, you're going to keep getting pulled in. And you know, the reality, not that you just say, man, Junior, get out of here, Junior. I ain't ready to talk to you, Junior. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, however many times you get pulled, isn't going to stop you from doing this. So if I got to stop 4 or 5 times, cool. I'm still going to get this done. That's when the Spirit pulls off of you. It's no matter how many pulls happen, this is getting locked in. Anyway, I just want to bring that out to you. Keep going, man. You're doing fine.
That one you had your hand up?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. I thought you had your hand up.
The conference.
Yeah, so he said you got to exercise yourself with it. But that exercise, just like any exercise, they say the mind is a muscle.
Yeah.
You got to be exercised. You don't use it, you lose it. But you got to train it.
Yeah.
But it takes time to develop a longer form of stamina in front of the Bible. Read.
And in the exercise of conference with her, prudence, and in talking with her, a good report.
It said, but you got to talk with wisdom. That means you got to have a dialogue with wisdom. You got to let the Most High fill you in with certain things. You got to ask yourself questions. Why would the Most High do this? Mm-hmm. Why does the Most High say that? Let me find out if the Most High, if there's an answer to that question.
Yep.
Or does this make sense to me? I don't know if I necessarily understand what the Most High is saying. Let me find more evidence or more understanding to find out if this can make more sense to me. You got to have that kind of dialogue with the Bible.
Brother, you said the scripture says exercise a conference. What is that saying? I'm going to a meeting. I'm going to a board meeting. Don't you sit back here and dress up and prepare yourself to go to a board meeting, guy?
No.
Don't you sit back and put your clothes on and put your deodorant on and wash your face and get yourself together?
Yeah.
If you're going into a board meeting, you get your coffee. Don't we do that when we sit back and go to work? There is a routine and a ritual that you go through before you present yourself to work. The scripture is saying there has to be a routine and a process you go to present yourself in conference with wisdom. Listen, if you're tired, does that change us from going to work? Well, I'm going to say the answer is shouldn't. Sometimes it does with brothers. I was up too late. First of all, in the real world, that's never should be the answer. Listen, and for us who understand, whether you're tired or not, you still get to work in the morning. You still got to take your kids to school in the morning, right?
Yeah.
These things are never changing. So there is a preparation in your mind that whatever you did that night don't matter. When it's 5 o'clock alarm rings, guess what? You got to pop. So whatever you got to do to prepare yourself, get that coffee brewing, get that morning jog going, get that water in your system, whatever you want to do, get it done, because you got a meeting in an hour. But I know you went past that point, but that conference hit me because, listen, that means whenever we get in that Bible, there's got to be a preparation. Are you going to prepare yourself to go to work and read these scriptures? Like you get up and get in the morning and prepare to sit back and do your job?
So studying is just like with a working mentality.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
It's not the mindset of a person like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm telling myself a little bit. I'm here. So I'm just gonna have my legs and sit my leg. I'm gonna study, I'm gonna read, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna lock in. But
and what Shamsu
mindset is different.
Yeah. Because what? Yeah.
No, I'm saying this mindset is showing me that it has to be more. This is an agenda. This is a purpose-driven exercise.
God.
Like Sancho was saying, this ain't just like
this is a conference with wisdom.
Set my timer.
Think about a conference. I think it's a conference. I think it's like a 12-chair big table.
Yeah.
And you can't be looking all weird and whack with bedhead out.
Or
Hungover.
Yeah.
Or not cleaned up. Smelling like stank.
Come to work sloppy.
You coming in sweats in a cut off t-shirt out with tennis shoes. You can't do that going to a conference.
You can't come.
You got to sit back here and your shit got to be ironed. Your clothes got to be ironed. You got to be prepared for this conference.
There has to be discipline involved. It can't be like Rodman after Vegas.
Riding after Vegas?
Like Rodman after Vegas?
Oh, Rodman.
Yeah,
okay.
he had to go to Vegas. Then he came back in the court and he was all.
I thought you meant Fear and Loathing in Vegas because those dudes were all messed up. We all saw that movie out. But yeah.
But like someone was going to, if this is a conference, this is something that's special. It's something that's work oriented. I'm presenting my spirit to the spirit of wisdom.
God. All facts.
That's
so
crazy.
I don't want to bring that up. I know earlier in the verse it talked about there was a comfort in that studying, but that comfort only comes after that spirit of being like you going to a conference. It's got to be a workman mentality first.
Yeah.
Then you get to the point where this is I'm comfortable in this state. Because if you come too comfortable, we always joke about if you try to study with your shoes off, you can forget it.
Yeah.
You're in sandals or you're in your flip flops. You barefoot.
Or you come home and eat a big old plate of food.
Bro, you can forget. So that's not taking the meeting serious, the conference call serious.
Yeah.
Do you sit back and eat this big old plate or whatever, and then go to a conference meeting? No. You get a little coffee, a Danish, a little taco, and you ready to go to work.
Serious.
Get my point?
Yeah.
That's the mindset you got to take.
If we want wisdom.
If you want wisdom, if you want this message to stick, because that is what getting wisdom. The message sticks. It can have you study and you still forget stuff. How many of us you go through it and it's like this? It's only there for like 30 minutes to an hour and it's gone and it's forgotten. If that's what's happening, it's not sticking. Why isn't it sticking? You're not taking the engagement process serious as you need to. I'm sorry, but keep going, Shamsu.
No, it's verse 19. Verse 18.
Verse 18. And great pleasure it is to have her friendship, and in the works of her hands are infinite riches.
And it's not rich in money. Infinite riches is you learn how to think like the Most High. Read.
And in the exercise of conference with her, prudence, and in the talking with her, a good report.
So he says these things come out of it. Read.
I went about seeking how to take her to me.
It says, so this is what you do. That's the exercise of studying. Studying is the exercise of seeing the best way to acquire the Most High's understanding. That's what studying is. How can I get the Most High's way of thinking to me? And I'm seeking that out. And that's what studying is in definition of what he's explaining. That's what you're doing when you go home and you repose yourself with her. When you make yourself acquainted with her, you're trying to figure out what's the best way for me and the Most High to be in congruence or aligned in thought. And so that process is studying. Otherwise, you're not going to get the way the Most High thinks if you don't do these things. It's not going to just because you're around you go to class. If you're not studying on your own, if you're not taking it, like Awar said earlier, and making it yours, if you're not rewriting the class, it's not going to stick. Repetition is what makes things stick. Rehearsing things and repetition Going over the same thing over and over is what make things stick. But if you're not doing that, it's not going to stick with you. And then you'll wonder why, man. Then we'll make the excuse. Some brothers do this, man. Well, y'all, it's easier for y'all because y'all went to school. I didn't graduate school. A lot of men don't graduate school. These all
says the Most High give to all men liberally.
Yeah. So a lot of times we'll hear excuses.
Yeah, oh yeah, you got it. You only graduated high school. I ain't giving you no understanding. That's crazy.
Yeah. I got kicked out of school, so it ain't easy for me. It ain't easy for me. Or I got dyslexia. It ain't easy for me. Or just different reasons. Now there is things that you got to work through. When you look at it, they said the whole need not a physician, but the who. See, obviously we're all here because there's something wrong with us. We're all here because we weren't the best people. So obviously everybody has a disability somewhere. Yep. We're all dysfunctional somewhere. But there's no excuse for that. I still have to go home and make myself acquainted with the way the Most High thinks. If not, it's not going to stick. Right. And that's what we're reading in Philo about what these men were doing. They was choosing the best place so they can be free without distraction, so that there's no interference with the job.
Kind of. And all we're explaining is, if you really want to grasp this information, take the concept from them and get to a quiet place and make it happen. Think about this. If I have children and they're up and they're taking a lot of my time in the afternoon or the nighttime, then what's the only logical solution you got to get the information? Do it in the morning when everybody's asleep. Everybody's doing this. When they hear that, they're like, everybody want to move all weird. But that's the only, if you got to find quiet at 4 in the morning. I don't know what to say. It's going to be 4, maybe 5 for those who don't do deliveries. Or you do it at 1 a.m. and then your morning's going to be thrown off balance. Which one are you going to do? You know who loses though? Or what loses though? Your time. Because a lot of times, the wisdom ain't going to come to you until you make a decision that I'm giving up my time. What frustrates men over the time I've been in the work, brothers don't mind working. Brothers will work. Brothers will work. Brothers will come to class. But in each man's mind, there's a period of time that's theirs. And when you take that away from them, there's anarchy out. It's anarchy. Men got around 3 hours. Some men got 3 hours that they say is their time, 2 hours, 1 hour, whatever the hell time is. That's the time you got to give the Most High what you study.
Or a lot of men's time start when they leave the school.
I know.
And as soon as they leave the school, in their mind, I'm on my time.
Because I already read the Bible today. I read the Bible today. I read 4 days a week. That's not enough. You're living off other people's faith 4 days a week. How much time have you put in after that? That is the question. And that's what separates the individuals who grasp the book versus the ones who don't. How much are you prepared to give up your time? Anyway, so they're going outside the city for quiet so they can lock their mind down. What else you got, Central? I think it's let's read the next paragraph.
It says, for the places within the walls, as being filled with all kinds of animals, were held in suspicion by them by reason of the diseases and the deaths of some, and the accursed actions of those who were in health.
So what he's saying is, in the city, they were near the animals, the zoo. They was hearing all kind of animals making noise in the city. There was all kind of men and people around in the city of Egypt that caused a lot of ruckus, and they couldn't concentrate. So getting out of the city was the solution. Read on.
The island of Pharos lies in front of Alexandria, the neck of which runs out like sort of a tongue towards the city.
Like what we have on the screen. There was a man-made bridge that went from the Alexandria, the city, out to Pharos Island. Okay? So they sat back here and had a created city or created pathway that got them to that quiet place. Okay, read on. What's that?
These elders, they weren't Essenes, or they weren't.
No, they were not Essenes.
With the Essenes, or they didn't have any relationship.
They were not Essenes. No, a lot of the Essenes that you read about lived outside the city. They lived outside the city. Some in Egypt, some outside of Jerusalem. These guys were not Essenes.
That's what I'm saying. Did they go to them, or did they just create their own situation?
What do you mean? Because these guys, these 72, they weren't Essenes. There's no proof that they were Essenes.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering if they went out to create them a safe haven or a quiet place for their mind. I was wondering if they knew of these people and went out there with them and relocated with them.
I think it'll go into a little bit, but I think they were allowed to by Ptolemy.
Oh.
And Ptolemy referred this spot. This is a quiet, peaceful place in the outskirts of the city. Okay, but let's continue. The island of Pharos.
Well, it says, the island of Pharos lies in front of Alexandria, the neck of which runs out like sort of a tongue towards the city, being surrounded with water of no great depth.
So it wasn't deep water. Read on.
But chiefly with shoals and shallow water, so that the great noise and roaring from the beating of the waves is kept at a considerable distance, and so mitigated.
So also what it's saying is, this is why they were able to make this little land bridge, because the water is shallow. They can sit back here and make an easy pathway to this island like the Greeks did to Tyre. The Tyrians are down on that little island they had outside of
Phoenicia.
Yeah, Phoenicia. But what they're saying is the water wasn't deep, so the waves weren't making these crazy noises, so it's even more peaceful. But continue.
They judged this place to be the most suitable of all the spots in the neighborhood for them to enjoy quiet and tranquility in, so that they might associate with the laws alone in their minds.
So, listen. They were at the point where the least amount of distractions was better. I gotta get out of here too. The least amount of distractions, the better for your spirit. Better to focus. Read on.
And there they remained. And having taken the sacred scriptures, they lifted up them and their hands also to heaven, entreating of the Most High, that they might not fail in their object. And he assented to their prayers, that the greater part, or indeed the universal race of mankind, might be benefited by using these philosophical and entirely beautiful commandments for the correction of their lives.
In a nutshell, they're praying that if they do their job, if the elders do their job, and the laws are translated properly, that the entire world will benefit from embracing these scriptures. The hopes of the elders is that if these nations read these scriptures, maybe they'd give our people more of a break. Maybe the world will be in peace if they get the Bible with the power and influence that they have. They're hoping that these nations, if they embrace this, it'll be a benefit for the entire world if they embrace this concept. But you have something?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let's continue.
He says, line 37, therefore, being settled in a secret place, and nothing even being present with them except the elements of nature, the earth, the water, the air, and the heaven, concerning the creation in which they were going about in the first place to explain the sacred account. For the account of the creation of the world is the beginning of the law. They, like men inspired, prophesied, not one saying one thing and another, but every one of them employed the self-same nouns and verbs, as if some unseen prompter had suggested all their language to them.
What was crazy was that they were all locked in. All 72 of these elders made the same exact translations that the other men were establishing. Listen, what are the odds that 72 people see things the same way in any arena? That's highly unlikely that anybody's going to sit back here and lock in at that level. It's just showing you the majesty and the power of the Heavenly Father and how the Most High wanted this connection to be done right. He had all 72 of those elders in sync to where every noun, every verb, every word was picked in sync with everybody else. Okay? Continue.
And yet, who is there who does not know that every language, and the Greek language above all others, is rich in a variety of words?
So they said, man, listen, for that, he's explaining and expounding how great of an accomplishment that was, because the Greek language had a bunch of different ways to explain different nouns and verbs. And they all had an understanding of the Greek language, and they all said, this is the word for this scenario. This is the proper translation to tap into the spirit of this message. This is the proper translation to tap into the spirit of that message. To get that done, Josephus says at the time there were 22 books, was remarkable. How in sync these men were in this translation. It lets you know that this scenario was of the Most High. Shoot. Continue, Shamshua. I got to get this in mind.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm going to read this right. It says, Daddy, I do a favor, read this. Pick up
I need you to hurry up. I'm in class.
where it says 38, line 38.
How much?
Right here. And yet who is there?
Line 38.
Okay,
Follow.
I'll send you right now.
And yet who is there who does not know that every language, and the Greek language above all others, is rich in a variety of words, and that it is possible to vary a sentence or to paraphrase the same idea so as to set it forth in a great variety of manners, adapting by many different forms of expression to it at different times.
It says to it at different times. Showing you that the choice selection of words that the Pharisees or these elders had many options in the Greek language to translate the Bible from Hebrew into Greek. They had a lot of choices in the Greek language. But for all of them elders, 72 of them, to use the same exact words, the same exact nouns, the same exact verbs, and description of the translation shows you that it must have had a divine influence for all of them to get that situation right.
To have a trace same copy, it's crazy.
Yeah, but the same copy, but to not trace the same copy, but translate.
Yeah,
Translate, but using the same words. Now, even though we all in here speak English, but have you ever played the telephone game?
Yeah.
And if you ever took a message, started on one side of the room, and said, there's 25 cars red and 3 blue waiting in the parking lot, and pass that message around the entire classroom, that by the time it comes back around, the whole message was distorted. Because that's what happens when you got so many people involved in one task, that anything could go wrong at any time and the message not be given clearly. And so he's saying that it had to have a divine reason or a divine inspiration behind the fact that none of the elders chose a different word translating the Septuagint from Greek. They all chose the same exact word in Greek. And so what Philo is saying is it had to be the Most High who was inspiring those 72 elders, because otherwise that's almost impossible for them to speak the same thing with such variety. Read on.
But this, they say, did not happen at all in the case of this translation of the law.
He says, so they didn't use any different expressions to explain the Hebrew to the Greek. Now, I know Award last week brought out the prologue of Ecclesiasticus, showing how it is difficult to translate the Hebrew into any other language, because not all things have this. All languages have the same emphasis.
Power, yeah.
And you lose power when you do so. Read on.
But that in every case, exactly corresponding Greek words were employed to translate literally the appropriate Chaldeic words.
Which are Shemitic words, because Chaldeic is Shemitic, Hebrew is Shemitic, All these are Shemitic languages. Read on.
Being adapted with exceeding propriety to the matter which were to be explained. For just as I suppose the things which are proved in geometry and logic do not admit any variety of explanation, but the proposition which was set forth from the beginning remains unaltered. In like manner, I conceive, did these men find words precisely and literally corresponding to the things which words were alone, or in the greatest possible degree, destined to explain with a clearness and force the matters which it was desired to reveal.
Read it one more time.
I'll read one more time.
Just read it. Read it. Yeah, read it.
For just as I suppose the things which are proved in geometry and logic do not admit any variety of explanation, but the proposition which was set forth from the beginning remains unaltered. In like manner, I conceived, did these men find words precisely and literally corresponding to the things which were alone, or in the greatest possible degree, destined to explain with clearness and force the matter which it was desired to reveal.
So what he's saying is it must have been a miracle for these men to have put the Septuagint together, and the Most High had to be behind it, because there was no way for them all to say the same thing and to use the same words to translate it from Greek into Hebrew.
It would be like 3 to 4, maybe 5 multiple versions or multiple perspectives.
Right.
They say. Well, this scripture, this is another perspective.
Right.
They all have the same exact perspective.
Or even when you look at the different translations of the Bible from modern times, from the New Testament, the New Translation, or the Passion Translation, or the all these different translations that you find that are available now, they don't say the same thing. The NIV, the RSV, all these ESV. Translations, ESV, the English or the women's translation, all these different translations, they don't use the same words. He said, but these 72 men, when they did this translation from Greek into Hebrew, they used the same exact words. It had to be a miracle.
God. You went where yet?
We're here now, but
Okay.
he's breaking down the miraculous
God.
I'm not sure how far you want to go.
I'm just going to jump to paragraph 41 after paragraph 39.
It had the same exact sense, same exact weight, same exact explanation, same exact point, same exact perspective, and it's 72 men. That should be impossible.
And you know it was the Spirit of the Most High, because this was an important time in the world. Listen, to get this book translated into the one language that's being spread all throughout the world. Don't forget, Greek was the language imposed all around the world. So at this particular point, the rest of the world was having to learn not just their language, but the Greek language. If you didn't learn Greek at this time, you were behind. So now the entire world was about to get access to the Bible. That is how impactful this time was. This is what we're going to go into in the back end of class, is Romans 11. Because this is when the Bible is given to the rest of the world. Now the Most High is like, listen, for the people who have the power now and the influence, you now have the scriptures and have access to it. It's your choice. From here on out, are you going to sit back here and use the scriptures as the law of the land? And from here on out, the rest of the world is going to be judged on if they use the Bible as the law of the land. This is why this is so impactful. This is why the Most High used these 72 elders and had them so locked in and so in sync that it had to be perfect, because the Most High wanted to make sure there was no misunderstandings, no typos, no lack of clarity, that the book was translated properly, so there's no excuse why they couldn't sit back here and live up to the same standards that we had to live up to. That's why this moment is so impactful and so important, and that's why we're taking our time on it to show this transition and when the understanding of the Bible was shared to the world to give them an opportunity to prove that they deserve to be in power also. Because after we lost our position on earth, now the Most High is like, okay, the Jews have proven that they're not capable of using these scriptures to manage the world. I'm going to be fair and give the rest of the world an opportunity to use these scriptures to put the world in order the way I want them to do it. This is what this translation was supposed to do, was to give Esau the opportunity to take these scriptures and make the world a God-fearing country. The expectation was, okay, now Greeks, you have this Bible. Are you going to now give up? You know, Ptolemy saying, now I can rule my people properly just with a 2-week discussion. Now you got the Bible. Are you going to sit back and give up Zeus? You don't give up Athena?
Yeah.
You don't give up all this Greek mythology now and make this what's implemented all around the world?
You're on the hook now.
Now you're on the hook. This is why the Most High is like, I'm gonna make sure these guys are all locked in. They're gonna be talking maxims like a mofo. They're gonna be maximing their butts off, dropping information, winning Ptolemy, winning his favor, showing that their words and actions are all locked in, so Ptolemy knows this is the right thing to do. Now, does he have the stones and the courage to implement this in his life in Egypt and then push it down the ways through Macedonia and push it through the Seleucid Empire? Is he going to take it that serious? Or is he going to just pick and choose what he wants to take from these scriptures to make it his? This is really what the ball is in his court now. Okay? So this is why it's so impactful and why it's so important. Yes, sir?
I wanted to know, is this possibly one of the reasons why the Most High has allowed the Gentiles to be in our land now?
Well, it's not about the fact that the Gentiles are in our land. What this is about, the Gentiles have gotten power, rulership, and authority in the world. They can pick and choose what they want to do. They've gotten an opportunity to rule because we failed in our opportunity to show that we were capable of ruling. Listen, the Most High Christ tells you about what? He that is faithful over a few things will be ruler over many. Right? That's how he gauges and determines if you're capable of more. Right? Over a 500-year span from the time of Samuel until our fall, what did we show to the Most High? That we were incapable of even managing our own selves. We showed that over a 500-year span, we lacked the capability to lead our own nation properly. We couldn't take care of our poor. We couldn't look after the sick. We couldn't look after the widow. We constantly mistreated our nation, and we committed idolatry to our nation. Constantly. So he's like, why would I commit more to you if you can't even prove to me you can handle what's in front of you? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to let every other nation on earth get their opportunity, and I'm going to give them the scriptures. Hell, even Cyrus was shown the scriptures. Wasn't Cyrus shown the book and said, hey, there's a prophecy about you, Cyrus, in Isaiah chapter 45. Read this. Wouldn't that sit back here and get anybody the notion, maybe I should read this Bible from cover to cover? This Bible's talking about me.
You know, one thing about the Bible, 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 21. One thing that Satan told Eve, he says, you won't die if you eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He said, but you shall be like gods. He says, and your eyes shall be what?
Open.
Open. What does he mean? What does Satan mean when he told Eve, your eyes going to be open? Read that. Second Peter chapter 2, verse 21.
2 Peter chapter 2, verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness.
So what happens when you know the way of righteousness?
For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness.
So once the law and the Bible is opened up to you,
You're accountable.
say it again, Ariel.
You're accountable.
Absolutely. You're on the hook. You're accountable now. See, once the truth has been exposed to you, you can't undo the truth. You can't go. See, the truth opens your eyes. You can't close your eyes back. Once you know right from wrong, you are permanently on the hook from that point forward to do righteousness.
Yep.
Because your eyes have been opened. So was Satan wrong when he told her that your eyes are going to be open, knowing both good and evil?
No,
He wasn't wrong. But before Satan introduced that element, they only knew righteousness. They didn't know wickedness.
Yep.
And their eyes have been opened to wickedness.
Yep.
And it works on the inverse also. Once you've been in the world and you've been wicked in the world, eating pork, slapping pork ribs and eating ham sandwiches and bacon fat all in your food.
Yep.
And once you open the Bible and the Most High tell you that's wrong, that's an abomination.
You're on the hook.
Guess what you have? Because now you know. See, the Most High judge you based on your knowledge.
Yes.
Now you have knowledge of right and wrong. And once you have knowledge of right and wrong, it says, hey, a man shall not lay with mankind. It's an abomination.
Yeah, that's what woman got.
So now it's what? You have knowledge.
You know.
Now you know. So what happens when you say, well, I know what the Lord says, but I don't want to do it?
But
So now what happens after that?
That's when the punishment starts.
judgment.
That's when you will be judged. You're judged on what you know.
Yep.
So you'll be judged. Everybody on this life, on this earth, will be judged on what they know.
For instance, Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was sitting back here being an idolatrous, you know what. And then when Daniel sat back here and broke down Daniel's chapter 2 and explained he was the head of gold, now he was what? You're on the hook now.
Yep.
I'm showing you in the Bible, I'm showing you through prophecy of the real Heavenly Father and what his plans are for you. Once he got that information, he took it the wrong way. He was supposed to say, okay, man, the Most High is working through me. Let me learn more about the Most High. I have prophets literally on deck on my right hand. Let me ask him what I have to do to please the Heavenly Father. What did he do in response to that?
You have his ego.
He couldn't be told nothing. His pride was out of this world. And he made this big statue of gold of himself. And that was his fault. And that was the beginning of him sitting back here turning into a sloth. And the Most High breaking him down to being an outside animal.
Yeah.
Literally.
Listen, when it's cold outside, you got to determine how cold can the animal handle it. Okay, it's 40 degrees too much. I don't know. He looks like he's okay. I got to bring him in. It's like 39. It's going to be cold. Let me bring him in today. Well, then it's like, okay, it's 40, but it's not windy. So he can sit back. He can thug this out. That's where he was at. He was outside being a sloth.
Eating grass.
Getting long hair, being weird. Was he walking on fours? Was he crawling like this? What was he doing?
They say he grew feathers out.
I know. He was like when he was biting his body out, when he was itching out? What was he doing?
Scratching like he got fleas at?
That definitely happened. But was he biting it? Was he biting his body that when it was itching?
Yeah.
Was he eating the
Yeah.
What is this? The leader was taught first, or he had the opportunity to be taught. Just like right now, did Ptolemy sit back here and study, or this wasn't a novel for him? What did he do with it? Up to you.
Or when you told, you see in the law where tattoos are unlawful.
Yep.
But how many people you see try to say no? That's who knew the truth, but still go get a tattoo.
Yep.
And justify.
And they put a shirt of David as a tattoo. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
that makes it less wicked.
Put a scripture on their body because as being more righteous.
The flesh doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah.
This is the flesh. This is the flesh.
That's what I've heard. The flesh doesn't matter. So
yeah. That was told. That was said too. Wow. This is just the flesh. So the flesh doesn't matter.
Once you know,
it's about the spirit.
Yeah. Once you have knowledge, you're responsible for that knowledge.
God.
So you can't undo the truth.
Kinda. So all these world leaders were given the option. Now the Most High, the Most High sat back here and said, because the Greeks are in power now, Esau's in power, the white man, we got to put it on paper. Because I can't even understand. You're not going to understand the spirit. So let's sit back here and get it technical for your brain.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Because listen, the other nations had a reverence for spiritual concepts. So they didn't need all this thorough details that the Greeks needed. So all this Septuagint and this Greek translation and this other book of understanding, Most High is like, I'm going to go a little further for you guys. Because you're that disconnected from the spirit. You need handbooks and technical stuff, technical support to get you to even halfway lock into this book. This is why it was so significant. How locked in these elders were, how spiritually dialed in, how on point the translations were. Because if the translations weren't on point, Esau would be fact checking it.
Yep.
Disputing it, arguing the validity of it, like they do now. They'll be fighting it way more, so the technicality aspect had to be completely on point, coupled with a book that gave them extra clarity on what spiritual things look like.
Because other nations will say, the Bible's for everybody. It's been translated in every language, and it has.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also responsible for the maintenance of it too, for keeping up with the things you read in the Bible. You just because the Bible's been translated in every language, which is true, doesn't mean you're not responsible anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the point. And that's why the Most High allowed it to be this way. So at the end, it can't be said, I don't know, it's not fair, the Most High did me wrong.
Nobody told me.
Nobody told me. The Most High tricked me. Why the Most High set me up. This is why the Most High goes through all of this level of detail. There is
no loopholes.
This verse, go here, Ecclesiastes 39, verse 33. "39 and 33 and 34. Well, let's get you saluted in. Did y'all salute in? Okay.
No.
Tahawam Rakha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Bana Sha'ala.
Tahawam Rakha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Bana Sha'ala.
I'm much right.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
All right.
Ecclesiastes chapter 39 and verse 33. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will give every needful thing in due season.
He said the Most High gives every person exactly what they need to give a person a fair shake in life. Esau needed the technicality of the Septuagint and a book of understanding. He's like, I'm going to give that to you. Nebuchadnezzar, I'm going to give you a prophet right next to you. I'm going to give you what you need so you know the Most High is real. Cyrus, I'm going to give you a prophet, or I'm going to give you a Bible verse in Isaiah that lets you know the Most High is real. I'm going to give every person what they need, an opportunity to draw them close to him. That's what he's saying. He gives everybody an opportunity to pursue him. The thing is, he's not going to give you all the answers. You still got to put the work in to invest. He just gives you an opportunity to pursue him, to see if you want to pursue him.
You have a fair shot.
That's what he gives everybody a fair shot. That's his love and kindness. He ain't giving you all the answers. You still got to earn it, but he'll give you everything you need to pursue this, to pursue him. Read on.
so that a man cannot say, this is worse than that.
I had a tougher shot than this person. My life was more unfair than that person. This is worse than that. Most High is fair and good, so nobody can say they had it worse than the next person. For whatever you didn't have on one end, another person didn't have on the other end. So everything is a proper checks and balances so that nobody can say that their life was more unfortunate than the other person was more unfortunate. Read on.
For in time they shall all be well approved.
Read on.
And therefore praise ye the Lord with the whole heart and mouth, and bless the name of the Lord.
So, but you know why bless and look is he's giving everybody what they need to get to the kingdom. All the resources they need to get what they need to get blessed. So right now, it was a blessing for the Greeks to get this Septuagint, to get this translation, because it gave them an opportunity to strive and cleave to the Heavenly Father and understand the works of the Lord. The problem was they took this Bible and they put it back in the library and forgot about it. That's all that happened. And that's why the Greeks, Most High allowed the Greeks to run their course. They fall apart. Most High allowed the Romans to sit back here and run their course and move on. And what the Most High does with these nations that discount the Bible, that don't take the scriptures serious, what he does, he just lets them run their edge and they just fall off the cliff. We're the only nation that ran off, fell, and he gives us opportunity for redemption.
The Romans had Christ.
Yep. The Romans had Christ.
Like Nebuchadnezzar had Daniel.
God.
And Cyrus had Nehemiah.
God.
The Romans had Christ, still put him to death.
God. Whether they were the ones who egged it on or asked for it or not. Listen, if I'm Pontus and I think he's a free man, then free him.
Yeah.
I'm washing my hands of this. I'm gonna kill him because you guys want him to be killed. If you listen, there was many policies Pontus did that went against the Jews' desire. Many things. He took money from the priest Corban to put extra aqueducts in Jerusalem, and everybody was mad at him for doing it. So if Pontus had the stones to disagree with the Jews on there, he could have said, this is a righteous man, I'm not going to kill him. You got to deal with him. I'm not doing this. That's wrong. And if anybody puts their hands on this man, they got to deal with me.
We're going to tell Caesar that you're an enemy of his.
Then everybody would have let Christ roll.
Yep.
So what's the point? They got an opportunity to, and they spit on Christ, and they spit on the scriptures, and they spit on their respect and reverence towards the Heavenly Father. So he lets them go. The only people he made fall and come back was us. And that's what you're going to see. But he was still fair enough to give everybody an opportunity to prove they want to serve the Most High. Just they got to show it through their actions, though. Get what I'm saying?
All
right. So let's continue on. Let's get to paragraph 41.
You want to follow?
Yeah, paragraph 41 is the last. I think Darius showed me. You guys finished paragraph 49, right?
We're on 40 now.
I don't want 40. Just jump to 41.
All right, 41. It says, on which account, even to this very day, there is every year a solemn assembly held and a festival celebrated in the island of Pharos, to which not only the Jews, but a great number of persons of other nations sail across, reverencing the place in which the first light of interpretation shone forth, and thanking God for that ancient piece of benefice which was always young and fresh.
What they're saying is
beneficence.
Yeah. So what they're saying is that people from all across the world annually came down at this time to celebrate this time when the Most High allowed these scriptures to go to everyone. This is the beginning and inception of the nations given the scriptures and given an opportunity to partake in the scriptures, to study.
And it's similar to when Esau goes to the east, he goes to India, and he introduces himself and inoculates himself with Indian culture, Indian ways, Indian God, and he comes back with this New Age philosophy in the 70s
And they're teaching the Beatles.
And he's like, yeah, we have these ways, man. That
Ringo, man.
we
It's the
got
energy,
it.
man.
We got it from in India. The ancients in India, bro.
Yeah.
They were out there, and we were on the mountains with them. And we learned a lot.
Yeah.
Esau.
I hung out with the Dalai Lama
Yeah, I
out
was
there.
with the Dalai Lama. I learned a lot with him.
With the yogis.
And I'm going to bring it back. We're going to play a lot of music, man, and get into this.
Yeah.
That same concept. He's a man of the field. We always break down. He's a man of the field. Therefore, he was looking in every cave. He's climbing mountains. Yes, but also he's a man of the field. Meaning he's out there studying the cultures of the nations. Didn't he do that when he conquered us in Americas? Did he live amongst us as monks and friars?
Mm-hmm.
Esau is a student. He's a cunning hunter. He's going to go and study. If he seeks knowledge, if the Greeks seek wisdom, and he's a cunning hunter, he's going to nations, observing their cultures, and implementing their cultures into his society to benefit him. So the same thing happened with us. He absorbed our information, absorbed our society and culture, and he implemented that culture into his society.
And I'm going to bring this out. Let's go to Acts 17, verse 1 through 4. Everything you said, Dahlia, was correct. But this is the beginning of certain of the nations following the law.
This show wasn't foreign. It wasn't a foreign
This
concept.
wasn't a foreign idea, and it's letting you know that it wasn't just Jews that started embracing these scriptures once the Bible started circulating. Read Acts chapter 17, verse 1 through 4.
Acts chapter 17 and verse 1.
We're not going to go into all the details, but we're going to just let this verse, let it marinate for a second. Read on.
Acts chapter 17 verse 1. Now when they had passed through Amphipolis and Apollonia, they came to Thessalonica, where was a synagogue of the Jews.
These were obviously cities in around the present-day Turkey, Anatolia, Turkey, that area. West Asia. Read on.
And Paul,
And they were at synagogues. Because once again, for the most part of Acts, Paul was going to the synagogues, teaching the Israelites and the Jews about Christ. That's what Paul was doing. Everybody says that Paul was a teacher of the Gentiles. What he really was, he was a teacher of the Israelites in these synagogues, and the people who saw Christ in the message and wanted to follow Christ, they followed Paul and left the synagogues. That's what was being done for the most part, is that he was going to synagogues and pulling Israelites from the synagogues that were following just the Torah, because there were synagogues all around Europe, all around Asia, and he was going to synagogues, teaching the Israelites in synagogues, and pulling them into serving Christ. Hold on, let me finish this point. Read on.
where was a synagogue of the Jews, and Paul, as his manner was, went in unto them.
So this was his habit. He will go to the synagogues and teach in the synagogues with the purpose of teaching and pulling on Israelites to teach them to serve Christ. Read on.
And 3 Sabbath days reasoned with them out of the scriptures.
So what he did is for 3 weeks in a row, he would stay in a place and show and go through the book. Don't forget, Paul was a lawyer, so he knew all the law angles, and he was able to reason with them in the scriptures and showing Christ through the entire scriptures and trying to convince them that the Messiah is here and you got to follow Christ. On top of whatever Judeo-Christian or Hebrewic concepts they already had. Read on.
Opening and alleging that Christ must needs have suffered and risen again from the dead, and that this Jesus, whom I preach unto you, is Christ.
So his job was to teach the Israelites that knew they were Israelites in different countries that went to the synagogues about Christ. That was what he did for the most part. But in the midst of this particular time that he is in Thessalonica and these regions that's in Asia Minor, what happened at the time? Read on.
And some of them believed and consorted with Paul and Silas.
So some of them believed out of these synagogues and started following Paul. When you sit back here and read in 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, he's writing to people who left their synagogues and started building schools teaching Christ near the synagogues. Because that was what was happening. They would leave the synagogues and open up schools teaching Christ. Paul would sit back here out of the people he was pulling from synagogues. He would be teaching them. The one who showed the most clarity and understanding, he would roll with them. They'd be the head, he'd leave. He'd go to another synagogue, do the same thing over and over and over again. So he says some people in Thessalonica listen to him. Okay, listen to Paul and Silas. Read on.
And of the devout Greeks.
What? Hold on. There were devout Greeks even at that time hanging around where?
Synagogues.
The synagogues. There were Edomites in the synagogues listening to the scriptures. But why was that happening? Because of this situation of the translation of the Bible from Hebrew to Greek. Even during the time of Rome, the world was the time of the world being in Roman occupancy. The world was still speaking what?
Greek.
The world was speaking Greek. So at this time, the Greek was the number one predominant language on earth. So what are we saying? The Greeks had access to the Bible, and there were certain Greeks that cleaved to us at the synagogues, following the doctrine of the Hebrews. So what's happening is, as Paul is teaching, he's going to the synagogue to get the who? The Jew. Devout Greeks were following Paul, listening to what Paul was teaching about Christ.
No different than
How about that?
No different than there were strangers that was amongst us coming into the wilderness.
That's the point we're trying to explain. This has been happening from the beginning of time.
And it's going on now.
Done.
Listen, I'll be online. I'll be
What
swimming.
about the
sometime.
Lithuanians?
I'll be
We
swimming.
just don't got time to focus on the Lithuanians.
Yeah, but I just swim online. There's cats that are Edomite Hebrew Israelites, no cap,
Mm-hmm.
and they're breaking down the doctrine. The only thing they say different is that they have some slight different variations there. Like they'll get it from other camps that'll be out there, and they'll take the other camps' doctrines. Israel has so many doctrines. Right? They'll take the other camps' doctrine, they'll pull their doctrine, and they'll inject the fact that the nations can make it. And they'll teach their people that you have to follow the laws of God. And this is their breakdown. Their breakdown is you are to stop bothering the blacks and the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans. You are to stop. That's what they say. You are to stop causing havoc in their nation, and we are to serve them and keep the commandments of God, and we will be saved. That is their breakdown. That is their doctrine. And
I've never seen those guys.
I've seen two. There's two of them out
awesome.
there. There's two of them, and they have Hebrew writing and everything like that, like a camp. and sometimes he's off on a couple stuff, but he got off doctrine. He got.
You gonna reach out for Passover, dog?
I'm not saying that to him, but like, he got off doctrine from another camp. He got an off doctrine from another camp. Right? So he pulls in stuff from other people out, and he's conscious too. Like he has dreads too. He has dreads out. He got
dreads.
He has a red beard, red dreads out, and he's just no shirt on out, and he's dropping
That's
it.
awesome. That's awesome.
Listen, no shirt on, dropping it with red dreads out.
Hey, you know what? And God's gonna deal with him. It's okay. Lord's gonna deal with him.
Listen, and guess what? The Most High gonna judge him based off of his
works alone.
his understanding.
Yeah.
And there's other ones too. They're doing. Listen, this information, just like there's comment sections and people are Edomites comment sections. You think there's a comment section even in Pamphylia and Thessalonica. There's a comment section there too. There's people that are watching too.
You said there's wiggers out.
There's wiggers out there, right? And you know what? I can't blame them. Listen, if I was in that situation, I would do it too. I want to learn the Bible too. I don't want to get left out, right? The only difference is who are the chosen.
And who plays the role of the servant?
Who plays the role?
That's all it is. And these devout Greeks, they understood that they were going to ride the coattail of the Jews. So there were devout Greeks that went to the synagogue.
It's not.
And the high priest let it happen. How about this also? Was that?
There's M&Ms out there too.
Listen, how about when Herod
Yeah.
built the temple, there was a place where the Gentiles can go. Remember the scriptures you read, Revelations 11, where it says the court that's the court for the Gentiles.
Yeah.
There was a court in the temple, in the last temple that was made, that Herod commissioned. There was a court where the Gentiles can go and honor the Most High. How about that? There was a place where they could come and serve. You just couldn't go close. You couldn't get there. You couldn't get where the real stuff was going on. You couldn't get with the priest. But there was a space. There was a court for the Gentiles to go. And why would it be read in Revelation 11 if he's just explaining the same way the temple was put together during the time of Herod?
That would be for those that accepted their place.
Yes, that's all we're saying. The nations that want to come and serve the Lord or acknowledge the Heavenly Father, there was a place for them.
Since Egypt, like Shalom brought up. Since Herod, like a war brought up. Since now, like I'm bringing up.
All we're explaining is that
concept.
The Septuagint and what the Most High did here opened the door for the nations
to read the Bible.
And to give them a chance like he gave us and the rest of the world a chance. Now, the detail and the dynamic between if the Most High thought that by giving them the scriptures, would it really matter? And would they embrace it? That's another story. But the Most High is fair. And we'll go into Romans if we get the chance. The Most High is about giving everybody a fair opportunity. So it can't be said, oh, the Most High was just prejudiced on Esau. Wanted us to fall. This is why he did it this way. To give everybody a chance.
I mean,
see what you do with it.
Because this is what the whole concept between the natural branches and the unnatural branches is about. If we couldn't handle the responsibility of keeping the law, living right, and doing right by everybody else, be careful and not acting like you got it in the bag. He said, do you really have it in the bag?
He said the fall of them be the riches of the Gentiles.
And that's the point. We'll get into that. Yes, sir?
2 Chronicles 6, 32 and 33.
Just give me, what is it saying?
Moreover, concerning the stranger, which is not of the
Moreover, I like that. I like the moreover statement. Yeah. That's like very biblical. Moreover, what again? I'm sorry.
Concerning the stranger, which is not of thy people Israel, but is come from a far country for thy great name's sake, and thy mighty hand and thy stretched out arm, if they come and pray in this house, then hear thou from the heavens, even from thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to do for, that all people of the earth may know thy name.
That was Solomon's speech. That was Solomon's speech when the temple was first erected. Yep. Because Solomon was telling, because I remember, I go over that all the time in the Josephus. Solomon was like, listen, man, we are supposed to be the city on the hill so the world can flow to us. That was the intention from the beginning. We sit back here and have this powerful, dynamic kingdom in which the Most High is with us constantly and we're in order, and the nations will say, damn, this nation is potent, let's follow them. This is what Deuteronomy chapter 4 was about. Surely these people keep these great laws. I want you to sit back and figure out what this is about.
There are wise people.
Yes.
Right there.
Huh?
The punchline right there. Is it, and fear thee as doth thy people Israel.
Con. But the point is, we were supposed to be the city on the hill that Christ was talking about.
Yeah.
Where everybody flowed to us and wanted to pattern their lives off of the nation that was in power. Yes, I
have a question about the 70 scholars. I know the Greeks was running everything and all of that, right? But where did they call for them or send for them or send a messenger? Where did they come from?
They came from Jerusalem. This is why you got to watch the other Sabbath classes. We went over that last week. But there were 6 elders from each tribe that were collected, that was in Israel, and chosen to do this work. Eleazar made the final determination, which was the high priest of the time. The high priest in Israel handpicked these 72 men to go to Egypt and make this translation. Point is, we're taking the time we're taking because it's important to understand the magnitude of what happened here, and that the rest of the world got an opportunity to choose to serve the Lord. But none of this changes the doctrine, who Christ came for, who Christ is going to redeem. This is about, hey, the Bible had to be salvaged somehow, because when we fell, if this didn't happen, there wouldn't be a bastardized version of the Bible today for us to read and then get reacquainted with the Spirit of the Most High. Without this happening, Christianity would have never happened. And we would have been out of there. We wouldn't have a chance. There'd be no scriptures here for us. So the Most High accomplished two things. He gave Esau an opportunity to see what he would do with the Bible, with the understanding of the Bible in their hands, one. And then two, he allowed the Bible to be preserved in a bastardized form of understanding until it got back to us, and he woke us back up to the greater understanding of what this is about in the first place. So it worked on two ends. Does that make sense?
It was a power move. It's a power move.
It was the Most High's mercy.
Yeah.
This was still the Most High's mercy, coupled with the Most High putting the nations on the clock, on the hook. Now you want to hook. You want to sit back here and look down the Jew and disrespect the Jew and laugh at the Jew and make him the mocking stock? We're going to see how you do it.
And we always quote it. The scripture says, now that cup shall go to the daughter of Edom.
Yeah.
And she will have to take all the cup and drink the dregs thereof.
Con.
That's judgment.
Con.
It's hard to judge somebody when they don't know better.
Con.
So look, you know better now. So now, if you violate, you get these judgments too.
Con.
That's fair,
you're going to get that hard punishment he gave us.
And we pray it. We said, let them know thee as we have known thee.
Con. Yeah.
That thou art a powerful power. We pray this prayer.
Yeah.
When you say let them know thee as we have known thee, what does that mean? You tell me what that
means. You got to first be taught first.
We pray that every time.
The Judas wants everybody to die.
And let them die. Like
Kendrick said, I can't stand here. I want you to die. That's what we want the nations. They just want to die. Yeah, can you give them a chance to get the Bible, make their mistakes, and then die?
Yeah.
I can't stand you. I don't like anything about you. I just want you to die. There was a personal hate. There was pure hate there. But that's what we want of the nations without being fair.
He was like, I'm the biggest hater. I hate this. I hate that.
That's what I'm saying.
I hate how you rap. I hate your shoes.
I wear your hat.
I hate your FUBU shirt. I'm like, okay, bro.
Listen,
I get you don't like the die. But the point is. This
is why the most I got to change our heart. He got to change our heart.
So let them know thee as we have known them. Means he has to give the information. And now you're on the hook for the information. When Christ comes, you have to bow the knee. Every knee shall bow. Why? Why will every knee bow? Because they know who Christ is.
Yep. They at least know of them.
They know
because what they do with it from there is up to them.
Yeah.
You're at least gonna know of the Heavenly Father. Yeah. Now, if you don't choose to pursue Him, that's to your peril. But He gives everybody an opportunity to pursue Him, not just hear His name, but to pursue Him. And for those of us who have the opportunity to read the Bible now, you're lucky. You're luckier than most. Anyway, so let's continue. Did you finish paragraph 41? No, we did. We did finish paragraph 41. In the Philo. What was you gonna say, that one?
No, select that.
What we're gonna do now? Let's go to Josephus real quick then. Paragraph in book 12, chapter 2, paragraph 14, I think. Yes, 14.
You said book 12, chapter 2?
Yep, paragraph 14. And we'll go back to follow in a little bit, but we want to. We are so behind that on time. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. We got 2 hours. We can get some done in 2 hours. Let's continue.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, book 2, chapter 2, paragraph 14, line 110. So the king rejoiced when he saw that his design of this nature was brought to perfection, to so great advantage.
So he was so happy that the translation ended up turning out perfect. Because reading up, don't forget, the 72 elders allowed the people to proofread the scriptures before they said we're done. They said proofread it, make sure the translations flow smoothly and are the right translations. Let us know if there's a problem. They all agreed, the people that were allowed to read and scrutinize scriptures all agreed this was on point. And then after they agreed, and then the elders said don't make any changes if we're in agreement. Then it gets back to Ptolemy Philadelphus, and he's ecstatic about how clear it's put together and how on point it's put together. Let's continue.
God. It says, and he was chiefly delighted with hearing the laws read to him, and was astonished at the deep meaning and wisdom of the legislator. And he began to discourse with Demetrius.
Demetrius was another one of his close advisors. He had Aristeus, Demetrius, and another one of his military captains. Read on.
How it came to pass that when this legislation was so wonderful, no one, either of the poets or of the historians, had made mention of it.
So what he's asking is this. How come when Israel was on top, nobody talked about these breakdowns? How come nobody sat back here and got the breakdowns when they were on top? When it was Solomon's time and David? How come nobody was sitting back here and piggybacking off of this back then? Read on.
Demetrius made answer that no one durst be so bold as to touch upon the description of these laws, because they were divine and venerable.
Hey, listen, that's the first answer. Nobody wanted to touch these laws and take on the challenge because it was divine and venerable. And another thing happened. Read on.
And because some that had attempted it were afflicted by the Most High.
Which one do you think the answer is? the words were too divine and venerable, or when somebody tried to read these scriptures and interpret it on their own, the Most High started afflicting them out. What is he letting you know? There was a time the Most High wasn't trying to give them the understanding at all.
Blocked.
There was a period of time until now, pretty much until now, he wasn't going to give them access and understanding the scripture, and he was going to sit back here and give them insanity and mania for the nations that try to sit back and understand these scriptures. It was the grace of the Most High when he decided to allow the nations to learn. So this kind of ties in with Psalms 119, where it says the laws weren't given to the rest of the nations, because they weren't. The laws were given to us, and it took many years down the line for the Most High to give them the law, and that was still under. It was almost he gave them the law, knowing they didn't have the capability to surpass our deeds with the law.
Was just decently in order.
Now listen, Esau has sat back here and been blessed with the sword, blessed with the fruit of the land. He has many blessings and many talents and many skills that surpass us in his technology and his wisdom. That we know his technology came from Satan, but he was given to him. It was given to him to dominate this earth. But he wasn't given the understanding in his law. And when Greeks in the past tried to understand these scriptures, the Most High punished them. And if he punished Greeks, he punished everybody that was trying to take on the position of teacher of the Bible. So let's continue.
Line 112. He also told him that
he preserved our seed.
He preserved us as long as he could, until he realized it was time for the next phase of his plan to go into motion. And the rest of the world, listen, he saw many a decades before what was going to happen. We were in the 200s, the mid 200s. mid to late 200s. We like, listen, they're about to get overthrown in 70 AD. I got to get this Bible out for the knowledge of myself to be salvaged until the end, until the fullness of the Gentiles comes to pass, and that's Romans 11 again. So this Bible got to be circulating until their end. Anyway,
You want to read something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Exodus chapter 19, verse 10. Yep.
Exodus chapter 19 and verse 10. And the Most High said unto Moses, Go unto the people and sanctify them.
So why did the Most High tell Moses to sanctify the people? What does it mean to sanctify? To cleanse, right? He said, go clean the people, read.
And sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day the Most High will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the borders of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall be surely put to death.
Why is the Most High putting restrictions and borders on the mountain?
To keep it safe.
Why? Because the Most High is a consuming power. So the closer you get to the Most High, the more pure you must be. So the nations weren't pure enough to have this Bible translated originally. They weren't pure enough.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High, even us as the children of Israel, in some states are not pure enough to even approach the Most High. And that's why even when the Most High came down, he said, if they touch the mountain, they get put to death. Even if a priest was in the Holy of Holies, when the Most High appeared in the Holy of Holies, if the priest wasn't pure enough, what would happen to him? He'll drop dead on the ground. So these nations, it makes sense to why, for those that tried to initially translate these scriptures, they're not in a good enough state to where the Most High would even have his word allowed in their mouth. Because the Most High says that in Psalms chapter 50, he says, what is it to you to have my words in your mouth, seeing that you are rebellious and you don't follow instruction? Yep. The Most High don't even, to the disobedient, the Most High don't even want his words spoken in other people's mouths or disobedient mouths.
Yep.
So you have to be in the right state of mind for the Most High to deal with you. You have to be in a right state of consciousness. Even amongst our people, sometimes we're not clean enough to approach the Most High.
Yep.
Let alone these nations that are idolaters. Let alone these nations that are fornicators. Let alone these nations that practice incest.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense to why the minute they tried to get these words translated, that they were afflicted with torments. Because they're not clean enough.
Yep.
Sometimes we're not even clean enough.
And that goes into the sons of Sheba. We'll go over that in a little bit.
Yeah.
But let's continue. You finished with that?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's keep going to Josephus. He also told him. So there were certain people that were afflicted of the Most High when they were nations trying to sit back and interpret these scriptures and teach it. Read on.
God, line 112. He also told him that Theopompus was desirous of writing somewhat about them.
So there was a Greek that wanted to write about these scriptures, but from his Greek mindset. Read on.
But was thereupon disturbed in his mind for about 30 days' time.
Most High made him crazy for 30 days. This guy went crazy. Most High, listen, I'm gonna convince you to stop, to let go of this assignment. To let go of this assignment because you're gonna bastardize the message that I want dropped. This is why the Most High sat back and allowed all 72 of these elders to be uniform. There was a certain way the Most High wanted this message dispersed. There was a certain caliber of men he wanted to sit back and be responsible for this translation. He wanted them to sit back here through their actions and win Ptolemy. He wanted all this to happen the way it was supposed to happen for all of them, the leadership of the Greeks, to respect this message to the max. And this Theopompus guy was going to discredit the message and weaken the message.
Yeah, he went Cypress Hill, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, this guy went psycho. Read on.
Say that.
And upon some intermission of his distemper, he appeased the Most High.
I will never teach this word again. I will ever talk about this information.
I will leave it alone.
Kinda. Read on.
He appeased the Most High by prayer, as suspecting that his madness proceeded from that cause.
He finally put together and said, man, it took him 30 days to realize, I'm going crazy because I want to write a novel about this Bible. Let me get off of this whack task and just back off of this. Read on.
Nay, indeed, he further saw in a dream that his distemper befell him while he indulged too great a curiosity about divine matters.
These divine matters weren't supposed to be in the minds of people who don't take the Most High serious.
Yep.
And that's the truth. What this lets you know is there's certain levels of sacrifice that you have to commit your spirit to before the Most High opens your mind to greater understanding. One, and before the Most High opens your capabilities to touch a greater amount of people.
And
you can't fake that.
And to do his service. He said, if a man desire the office of a bishop, he desired a good work. He said, but let that man be blameless. He said, you can't be a bishop and your behavior is out of order. You can't conduct the service of the Most High or do the work of the Most High in a mind frame that will bring about people like the Most High told David. He says, or even in Romans chapter 2, he says, you'll blaspheme my name amongst the Gentiles.
Yep.
Right.
The Most High is strict about you representing his name and how you represent his name. He said, we'll blaspheme the name of the Lord amongst the Gentiles through our behavior.
And make us look bad.
And make him look bad.
Yep. Make him look bad.
And the Most High is not with us making him look bad. He's not about that. We're not allowed to misrepresent the Most High holding the Bible in our hand. Some people hold the Bible in one hand, a cigarette or a joint or blunt in the other hand. The Most High don't let us do that. Or drink in the other hand.
Yep.
Or be found in promiscuous places.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High don't let us do that. He don't let us do that, man. You defile the Most High's name. And he's very protective with his name. And so he doesn't just let anybody even do the service of him.
It's that simple. What was I going to say?
That's a responsibility.
Yes, listen, even the priesthood, you couldn't be a priest till you were 30. How much training did it have to take to be a priest, to be certified as a priest? You think it was just about going through the technical routines? It wasn't about just technical routines. You had to prove that you were capable and mature enough to carry those responsibilities. You had to be 30 before you were a priest, not a high priest, but a priest. So you're not going to be some guy from the outside looking and seeing and making an interpretation of what you think the scriptures is about and be accepted. So he's sitting back here. You think this is the only person the Most High brought insanity to, that tried to put his take on what the scriptures was about? That ain't.
It's almost a forbidden book because the knowledge is sacred.
Yes.
And you got to be a respectable individual in order to profess it or to utilize it.
Time. Let's continue.
Which is that one?
Isn't that the only sin not forgivable? Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
And was desirous of publishing them among common men. But when he left off that attempt, he recovered his understanding again.
The Most High gave his sanity back out once he decided to back off this crazy this task, this crazy job of trying to take this Bible and spin it around common men.
And filter through his Greek ideal.
Kinda.
Yep.
No, they're going to have...
Most High wasn't letting that shake. He wasn't letting that fly out.
Oh, I discovered America. I discovered the Bible. I discovered it all.
He said, no, I'm not going to let this happen. He only let it happen under a certain controlled scenario.
Yep.
Let's continue.
Moreover, he informed it of Theodectus, the tragic poet, concerning whom it was reported that when in a certain dramatic representation he was desirous to make mention of things that were contained in the sacred books.
There's another Theo guy that tried to pull some angles from the scriptures. What happened to him?
Theodosia?
No, it's Theodectus is the second guy. The first guy was Theopompus. Read on.
He was afflicted with a darkness in his eyes.
I don't know if that's a blindness, whatever the hell it
blinded,
is.
couldn't see nothing.
Kinda. Read on.
And that upon his being conscious of occasion of his distemper and appearing and appeasing the Most High by prayer, he was freed from that affliction.
So once again, the Most High is hitting people that are trying to sit back here from afar and take these scriptures and disrespect it, muddle it, try to push their way and influence and mix it in with the scriptures. You're like, man, he is stinging every single person, at least for a period of time, until it was done the right way. Scripture Most High says he wants all things done decently in order. So he wasn't going to let these scriptures be muddled and spoiled with negative-minded people. Okay? And a perfect connection with this also is Acts chapter 19.
And he said this guy, Theodectus, he says was trying to, was reported that in a certain dramatic representation. So that's like acting.
Yeah.
That's like your boy that played Passion of the Christ.
Jim Caviezel.
Jim Caviezel.
Right.
When he was up on the cross, he got electrocuted 2 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lightning.
Yeah, lightning hit Jim Caviezel twice when he was representing Christ on the cross on the Mount of Olives when they were shooting that movie. So it just shows you how, yeah. So he said even in this dramatic representation, the Most High is not having that either. He's not having people get away with this dramatic representation.
You know, back in those Greek days, the men played women parts too.
Yeah.
So they was all messed up.
So Christ is serious about his intellectual property. He's going to defend it.
Or wasn't it?
Yeah, that's legit copyright infringement.
Matter of fact, wasn't it somebody that was doing a parade and they was doing a festival and they was carrying a cross and the guy actually had a heart attack or something like that? I gotta look it up. But the Most High doesn't want those dramatic representations displayed either.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people want to do that too. You want to play Christ in different movies.
Yeah.
Bro, you're right. And so he's sitting back here not letting his name be stained amongst the nations at all. And even amongst Israelites, he was still hell-bent on not letting Israelites who were vagabonds or negative or disconnected from the Spirit and letting them use the power of the Most High for their advantage. This is Acts 19, real quick. Acts 19, verse 11 through 20. Let's go. Nagha, let's get you in there.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. I'm Majid. What? Yahweh Hashem Yasha B'Katah.
Yahweh Hashem Yasha B'Katah. Acts chapter 19.
In verse 11 through 20.
Acts chapter 19, verse 11. And the Most High wrought special miracles by the hands of Paul.
But the reality is, special miracles were worked through Paul's hands because Paul was committed to serving the Most High. The funny thing is, Paul had works. But before the Most High wrought miracles through Paul, what did Paul have to do first?
Get retaught.
Paul had to get retaught. After Paul got retaught, learn how to properly serve the Most High the right way. Through his obedience and his humility, the Most High elevated him. Okay? Read on. And that's how he did wonderful works. He did things decently and in order. Read on.
Verse 12. So that from his body were brought unto the sick handkerchiefs or aprons, and the diseases departed from them.
But that's crazy. All Paul had to do was give a person one of his handkerchiefs and give it to somebody who was sick and their sickness got healed. What type of power, like, radiated from him, to where you just touch his, that was Daniel, like touching his clothes and you're healed. Like with Paul, with Christ. I'm just going to sit back here through a handkerchief, a rag, it's not rag. Oh, you touch it and you're healed?
You were a miracle store.
It's crazy, but the level he was on to even be able to do that, the level of discipline and selflessness and self-control. The Spirit don't work with you like that if you're skipping a step on any level. We're done.
So that from his body were brought unto the sick handkerchiefs or aprons, and the diseases departed from them, and the evil spirits went out of them. A
demon left him because you touched his old cloth? That's insane. It's one thing for a disease to leave. You're healed from your sickness, but a spirit left you? Because you believe that if you touch this, that spirit will leave you? Sheesh. Read on.
Verse 13. Then certain of the vagabond Jews, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which had evil spirits the name of the Lord Christ.
There's some damn Ghostbusters out. Some exorcists out. Some vagabond Jews. Let's look at vagabond real quick.
Oh, one minute.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read it?
Yeah. Give me the noun one.
Okay. Vagabond, 1828. Noun. A vagrant. One who wanders from town to town or place to place, having no certain dwelling, or not abiding in it.
Stop. Well, if you don't have no certain place to dwell or no place to abide, you obviously have no place to live, but more importantly, you serve nobody.
There you go.
You serve nobody. You follow nobody's orders. You haven't submitted yourself to any approach. You haven't submitted yourself to nothing, instructors and teachers, but you expect the Spirit to work through you.
It'll work though.
But I'm gonna say this: this is the age of many vagabond Jews. There's a bunch of DIY Israelites. Oh, yeah, what? Yeah. There's a bunch of DIY Israelites. I'm just gonna sit back here and read verses and do what I want to do and teach and act like I'm on a level. That's never been how it was supposed to be. But there's a lot of people that sit back here and see men that are committed and have had teachers. They follow them and they trace them and they try to trace what they do so that they can benefit and get something out the deal.
With no sacrifice.
Israel is full of that.
They're at the Jew buffet. I like this, this on my plate. Oh, I want 2 ribs.
Yes,
over here.
definitely
got to keep that doctrine.
Yes.
Over here, yes. And I'm the priest.
Yes.
And I have to get all reverence. Yep.
At the house. I'm going to be at the house.
Serve somebody else? Nah.
You know how many Israelites sit back here and come to class for a few weeks just to get credibility to get women?
Yeah.
That happens all the time. There was a brother I can think of right now that just wanted to come to class just to get angles and counsel on how to get ribs out.
Yep.
And that's the truth. And then other brothers sit back here and go as far as rocking Israelite merch. Rocking our merch just to sit back here and use it to act like they're a part of a camp they're not a part of. But they're doing it in front of women to convince their women that they're stable enough for them to serve them.
Yep. But they don't serve.
That's camp pimping, That's camp pimping, What was that word when you talked about mute or mind?
It's called the Mitt Man. The Mitt Man is 19.
MIT is MIT or MITT?
I don't know. It's Mitt. If you look in the glossary of a book called Iceberg, My Life the Pimp by Iceberg Slim.
It's a pimp book, guy.
You go in the back section and it gives you a glossary. Look at glossary, pimp section glossary. Iceberg Slim, My Life the Pimp. And it gives you different categorizations and different slang terminology. And there's a guy called the Mitt Man. All right, and a Mitt Man is a person that uses the scriptures and biblical prophecy to manipulate people, especially primarily their victims were women.
Brother, there's a lot of myth men in the nation of Israel.
So this is not a new.
There's a lot of myth men in Israel.
It's not a new. This is some new thing going on.
Or it's an Israelite thing. It's not just an Israelite thing.
Yeah. Myth man or a myth man is a person that primarily uses. I mean, I see if you're janking in the world and you're using game in the world to manipulate women, that is at least cleaner because you're not using the Holy Scriptures.
Yeah.
If you're using the Holy Scriptures to primarily manipulate people, but I'm beyond being in order and structuring my life and being critiqued so I can be a good filter for the word of the Lord, then I'm using God.
But you're telling them that you're being critiqued.
Yeah, and
you're telling them you're being critiqued, but you're not being critiqued.
Yeah, but that is in Josephus, in one of the books, 16 through 17 or whatever. It tells you about many people claim religion when they're in the position of losing things. So they'll claim religion as some type of way to manipulate people. They do it in politics too. He was showing that it's also a political thing. So politicians do it, and then everyday people do it. But for their own power. That's trying to pimp the Most High. I use the Bible as a con.
Kamala Harris. But joy cometh in the morning.
Joy cometh in the morning.
Yeah.
Listen, I couldn't believe that, bro. But the question really is this our opinion, or is the Most High going to honor this? This is how we look at it because we're teachers. Oh man, I'm just mad because I got nobody to bark orders to. Or is the Most High going to be upset like he was upset with these Greeks
and with these sons of Sheba?
These Greeks and these sons of Sheba who did not go through the proper channels in order to get the word of the Lord.
For the Most High to acknowledge them back.
The Most High did the same thing to these men in the 1st and 2nd century. He did the same thing to the sons of Sheba. He did the same thing to the vagabond Jews. Do the same thing now. You're actually inheriting curses. You're inheriting curses by playing with the Most High's word. Like it's something you can use to augment yourself for your carnal, physical benefit.
That's what a lot of brothers do for.
You don't understand.
Doing it for a personal win.
We're telling you that the Most High, you're inheriting curses by playing that game. I'm just saying so people understand. It's a scary thing. It's a fearful thing to fall in the hands of the Lord because now I'm using this word to get angles, but it's not angles to serve the Father and to be in subjection. It's to make others subject to you. That's an aspect of narcissism. A narcissist is a person that uses any angle, any tactic to make sure that there's a center focus of whatever's going on so they have power and authority and leverage on a mental level. That's an aspect of narcissism. And we're not allowed to be there with the scriptures.
Or even to serve yourself is idolatry. God. Because you're the idol.
Yeah.
And you're trying to sit back and convince people to lock into you because you're in order, but you're not in order. Well, we're gonna, as much as I can, we're going to bring that out.
And it happens.
Because Israel is full of crap.
It happens all the time. Listen, this is not the first time we said this before.
That's why now I'm using the 1970s definition term, Mitman.
Yeah,
that's 70s talk.
I'm using Mitman.
That's like Jack, Cold Daddy. It's the same thing, huh?
He was smoking gangster. I'm like, what is gangster?
What is that?
Smoking gangster is a terminology for cannabis. So cannabis is in that time period was smoking gangster. You Georgian me. Georgian means that you
Georgian?
Yeah. Georgian. You Georgian me is another terminology for a person that flim-flams a person and hustles a person and takes advantage of a person in an intricate way.
Yeah, they call it country boy in the South.
Yeah, they call it country boy in the South. Yeah. You country boy.
These old terminologies are used because this is big game that men have been doing since the beginning of time.
Yep.
But now the Israelite thing is out, and now I'm lawfully able to get more than one rib. I can really exploit this game now.
Yeah.
This is lawful.
And there's books about
and I can convince you in the scriptures, you got to serve me. And then the ones that are really trying to play slick, I'm going to convince you to serve me because I'm going to tell you I'm serving the Most High in the program, but I'm not. And you can't tell me I'm not because you're not here seeing me not do it.
Because you have no proof.
You have no proof. Bro.
But you know what we can do? We can do things the old-fashioned way. Give up your life. Throw away your nets. And follow me. Is that what Christ said? He said, get rid of your nets. Paul could have been kept. I'm still a Pharisee. I'm ruling Christ too. You could have done all those games. The straight away is, listen, I'm no longer a Pharisee. I renounce my throne.
Yeah.
It's over.
You lost all the power. Then I'm gonna count all that Pharisee stuff, but dung.
Yeah, my whole life, everything I built up, people are like, I don't want to lose my life. Listen, you built up everything you built up, had to go. How much does Christ
That's
worth
why
to
he
you?
was potent. That's why the handkerchief was powerful.
How much was
He
Christ
gave
worth?
his whole life up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How much is Christ worth to you?
Yeah.
How much is he worth giving up? How much are you willing to lose for Christ? Your business, your fishing business, your family. You can't bury your daddy. You can't. He's not getting buried. Let the dead bury the dead, and follow me. What are you willing to give up? That's the righteous way to teach. Because guess what? Now you can teach somebody else to submit by letting go of their life. It'd be wrong for me to tell somebody to give their life, and I don't give up my life. That's a game. That's called game.
We call it hypocrisy.
I'm a hypocrite. I'm telling you to sacrifice something. I need you to be humble. But I was never humble. That's the Pharisees. They sit on Moses' seat. They tell men to lift their labors, but they will not lift them with one finger. I'm telling other men to do labors that I am foreign to. I will not give myself to, period. That is wrong in the eyes of the Most High. That, like what Joshua said, is hypocrisy. He doesn't honor hypocrisy. That's in Job. So what do we have to do? What's our answer? What's the real answer for us? The answer for us is do all things what? Decently and in order. Especially if you're an Israelite man. You have to live up to a standard of an Israelite man and be critiqued and be checked and be developed. Is this something that is a foreign idea? Is it something that we're making up? Or is it in the scriptures? We can't manipulate women and children with the Bible, bro, period. And we can't manipulate other men with the Bible. You'll get stung too. Even if you're a camp head. If you're a camp leader or a camp head and you're manipulating men, what's how will sting you too? What happened to Comforter when COVID happened? All the money he took, giving everybody Comforter dolls. He had a little light-skinned version of himself because they wouldn't make a dark-skinned version. He got mad and sued him. Mm-hmm. And then what happened? COVID came. What happened to him?
Oh yeah, the
God-sent Comforter disappeared. COVID took him out. Why? Because he was manipulating, saying that he was the scriptures. He was the comfort. He was the God-sent comfort. It's another aspect of being a false prophet. Especially they have the what?
Yahweh ben Yahweh.
Yahweh ben Yahweh. Same thing. Especially they have the what? It said, amongst my people are found false prophets. Especially they have the what? Circumcision. Especially the Jew. We knew the white man's going to play games out. That's his life. That's his job. But why are we playing those games? We were created to be in order. We were created to serve. So let's put the scripture on the pool.
Well, while you're looking for the scripture, I just want to make a statement.
Somebody had a question too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The question was if that's your fear of being manipulated and being taken advantage of by the church or Pharisees, how do you let that go so you can trust the process, not shut down in difficulty? I'm not going to lie to you, brother or sister. I'm not sure who this is. That's been an issue for a lot of people, being burnt by different camp leaders because it's so easy to get caught slipping, especially if you're new in the scriptures. Because listen, having a guy teach Jew stuff is a dime a dozen, and it's very hard to determine how
authentic and sincere,
how authentic and how committed and how dedicated they are. If you are not in a camp right now, my advice is to sit back here and listen to teachers. I'm gonna say this: if you're trying to find out what camp to go to, you have to sit back here and be a member and watch them. Just be a member.
Try the Spirit.
By the Spirit. You got to sit back here and be a member, not commit to nothing but being a member for as long as you need. Because you'll start, listen, a person can fake it for only so long. A person can give you the little razzle-dazzle and give you some shuck and jive and some good statements and some feel-good statements for only so long. Time will start to show the chinks in the armor.
Yep.
And you got to sit back. All you can do is measure a leader by their commitment in the book, by their commitment to living this. which means you're going to have to see what they do, not just from the time class starts to the time class ends. You got to see how they live their life, how they run their home, how they interact with other camp and other fellow Israelites. You got to see the whole gamut of scenarios, how they live and how they operate amongst the people, how they treat the sisters, how do they maintain respect. You just got to look at a whole gamut of things.
How do they deal in judgment? It goes back to court.
How do they deal in judgment?
The Bible is a book of laws, statutes, commandments, and orders, and tells you how does this man dispense judgment? Who benefits? Who loses? If I'm only gather benefits off of all the wins, that's a problem with that. I keep winning, y'all keep losing.
Yep.
I mean, the black church was famous for this one. The preacher always had a Cadillac. Everybody said, "Y'all need to give the Lord," and he kept showing up, and the Lord just blessed me with a Maybach and some gold elevators. He is blessing me. Yep. It's time for us to get a G4, a G5. We need to get a G6. Matter of fact, let's pray for a G6. And this is literally what happens.
Let's pray for it. Yeah.
And our people, they say that they think that's godly because they suppose gain is godliness. But a true priest is going to sit here and not live off the congregation necessarily. And they're going to dispense judgment at their loss. The priest has to lose out. That's the true shepherd. I'm not saying we're the true shepherds. Whoever's losing for the people, who's ever suffering and sacrificing for the people, and whoever is being fair in judgment and not taking advantage of the people, those are good checkpoints for a good priest. They should match Christ. Are we here to be like Christ or like men? We're here to be like Christ. So who matches Christ the most according to Scripture?
God.
And a good priest, quote unquote priest, will not want honor.
Scripture say prove all things.
Fear the men that desire honor, that want to have extravagant titles and want to be smoke. We don't
praise.
They want praise. Men that need praise, your ribs should be enough. Your rib praise should be enough. Your own works for Christ should be enough. But men that need praise, that's a scary thing. When your elders don't have elders, that's checkpoint number 5. That's a scary thing. When your elders don't have elders, it's be afraid, because now you're in a position they're beyond the check.
Yep.
And so if they make a mistake, because nobody's perfect. If we make mistakes, we got somebody gonna blast us and blow us up and embarrass us and tell us we're off and make it the move.
Facts.
We have bosses. We got a boss. Your boss gonna have a boss. If your boss don't have a boss, that's a scary thing.
You're in a trick bag, huh?
That's a scary thing. These are checkpoints you want to have so that you can put your trust in people. And then also, listen, you can't come to this with a church mentality. But listen, you have to suffer.
Well, that was what I was going to say.
That's point number 6.
These are things you want to be conscious of going into it. Mm-hmm. And even in that, you're still going to have to serve the Most High. You're going to see imperfection.
There's no guarantees.
And you're going to see imperfection regardless.
Yeah. Every man has a flaw and has a weakness, and some people aren't good at certain things. You got to take. It's the 80-20 principle. This is the 80% of the good, 20% of the bad. In our camp, you're going to be working. You're going to work in our camp. Watch out.
And then you better read that Bible. And you get an hour class about how to read the Bible.
Work. And you're going to read. All right. Watch out.
You will be busy.
Your hands will be like this. Wow, my hands will be. Your spirit will be strong, though. You'll be strong in the spirit.
So you ain't going to have no soft hands?
Like your hands or you're going to have a tongue that all you do is just talk all day. You're just talking and counseling all day. And all you do is you're obsessed with perfume. You're obsessed with perfume. You got to smell good. Listen, in our camp, you're going to have a physical mechanism to exercise your spirit to learn the fruits of spirit and faith.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to do that. I'm not dissing that. But you got to know what camp fits what you're into. And certain sacrifices get certain blessings. There's different degrees of sacrifice. That's why I don't diss people in different camps. Just make sure that you're taking care of the sheep.
Yeah. You can go to any camp you want. You can choose. Just choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
And don't choose a camp based on your comfort.
Yeah.
It's ain't about comfort. It ain't about you sitting back here being convenienced. Because if that's one of the things you're looking for, you're definitely going to get exploited. Because if you're looking for comfort, you'll find a person who's going to exploit your desire for comfort.
Yeah.
And use you for that. So this is also about what's inside of you. If you are committed to discipline, then it'll be easier for you to sit back here and see a person who's committed to discipline himself. But if you want a ways out and angles out, you're going to connect to somebody who's going to give you a way out.
The deceiver and the deceived
are his.
So
if it's really about, this is really about how sincere you are and committed you are to serve and put the work in and commit to your people. Because if that's where your heart is, the Most High is going to send you where you need to be. A lot of times we go to these camps that exploit us because we want to be exploited. And we really don't want to commit. So we're linked up with people who don't want to commit like you don't want to commit.
That's why Isaiah 30 said, our people say, speak unto me smooth things.
So it's really about where your heart is at. How serious are you about change? Because if you're serious about change and you're serious about discipline and committing, the Most High is going to link you up to somebody who is as disciplined and as committed as you want to be. So it's not even about let me sit back here and pick which one's best. If you're going to go to the connection in the camp that's as serious about the work as you are. If you want to make it about the weekends, there's plenty of places that make it about the weekends. If you want to make it about more than that, there's plenty of places there that will make it about more than just weekend teaching. How serious are you about taking this as far as you can take it? Because the more sincere you are about taking this as far as you want to take it, the more sincere of a leader you'll come across. If you're in it, I can tell you this, if you're in it for just getting ribs, you know what? You might have one, and you might lose one going to that spot.
Because there's an app for that.
There's an app for that. There's camps for that. That's about acquiring more women. There's brothers that sit back here. That's what they do.
We'll take yours. Let's say, we have good taste. Me and you have the same taste.
Yes.
Shalom.
And that's it. You want a trick back.
That's a real thing. When you want to go to the side angle and you want to get guys that just woke up one day and say, oh, by the way, I just feel I'm a Jew. We can't.
And I'm just about acquiring ribs.
The Spirit told me to.
Or we're going to start our own camp.
Well, okay.
You know, there's pros and cons to being a novice, too.
Welcome to Adulteryville.
Yeah.
That's a guarantee. Like I give them about maybe 3-4 years, you lose a rib.
Yeah. But see, you were in it for the carnal anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So because once
you lost some carnal.
Well, that's the point. Because you were in it for the carnal, you're going to lose the carnal. If you're in it about the Spirit and really about change and submitting to the Father, the Most High will direct you to somebody who can get you closer to that point.
I see she's a really good servant. I see she really loves the Lord. I see she's a good mother. I could teach someone like that.
Brother.
I have a private counselor.
There's a lot of camp hands that roll like Joe out.
Joe. Your husband, he corrected you? I wouldn't have corrected you like that.
That's what I'm saying.
He doesn't have the experience to teach you. How dare you? Oh, okay. Gotta pull the scripture real quick. Job 8:13.
Joe's an R&B singer for y'all that don't know.
Yeah,
it always pushes adultery out.
Yeah, every song is adultery.
Yeah, it is.
I want to know. He's very curious.
Yes, and he's always sitting back here and telling the girl how bad the dude is.
Yeah. Tell me what I gotta do.
Let's go back.
He's making a whole bunch of. Go ahead, Job 13:8.
I just want to explain what the word Job meant. That's all I was trying to do.
8:13 now.
Job chapter 8 and verse 13. So are the paths of all that forget the Most High, and the hypocrites' hope shall perish.
And the hypocrites' hope shall perish. It's not really about the Most High. It's really about me. It's about my object, my personal hopes. Not the Most High's hope, not learning faith, but I can get out the situation. Well, the Most High says, your hope is going to perish. Go to Job 27, verse 8 through 9. Job 27, verse 8 through 9. And remember, the word hypocrite means what? Play active. Mm-hmm. The word hypocrite means play active. It means to be theatrical.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to live it. I'm just trying to present it. Job 27, verse 8 through 9.
Job chapter 27 and verse 8. For what is the hope of the hypocrite? Though he had gained, when the Most High taketh away his soul.
That's the consequence. You could get maybe 2 or 3 words out the situation. You might get some, some carnal benefits and some notoriety and some respect. and you get the respect and you get the power. Finally, people respect me for who I really am. They see the real me. I'm respect worthy. But you didn't go through the proper channels, the proper sacrifices. You didn't give up anything and lose anything for the purpose and sake of showing the Most High your sincerity. It was about you being king. This kingship angle. Read. It says, you're going to do what?
For what is the hope of the hypocrite? Though he hath gained,
You can gain. Read.
when the Most High taketh away his soul.
But you lose your soul. That's the scary part. Like a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys. There's an infinite number of people that play with the Most High. But they lose their soul.
Yep.
You're sacrificing your spirit by playing this I'm the man game. Read.
Will the Most High hear his cry when trouble cometh upon him?
Now remember, every man gets tested. But when every man goes through a storm, every man goes through tragedy, every man goes through suffering, every man goes through some type of thing some traumatic event. But when you were not really sincere, it was an act, or it was a acting, you're acting, or you're not really trying to give yourself to the process, you're not really trying to submit for real, then you have to lose. Read.
Will he delight himself in the Almighty? Will he always call upon the Most High?
Are you really calling the Most High? Are you really delighting the Almighty? Or are you play acting? And if you're play acting, the Most High will expose that. The Most High will take your soul. That's why it's not advantageous to be a mitman. Because what you are sacrificing is your actual spirit. To be a mitman.
Okay. You done?
That's it?
Let's get back and finish up this Acts 19. I want to try to get as much as we can in this Romans 11 before it gets too late.
Joe's lost it all, right? Joe's going to lose it all. Right?
Kind of. And so to answer your question, brother, since I'm not sure, try the Spirit by the Spirit. And time does that. Time gives you, helps you see things clearly. And if you're a sister, don't jump into marriage. Don't do that, because now you're stuck. So take the time and let people show themselves to be true or false. Time only identifies that.
And this is why you're supposed to study.
Yeah.
This
is why you got to
Because
study.
people want to take your word for it. But they've been saying, listen, don't just take our word for it. Read it for yourself.
Yeah.
They were just going over 45 minutes to an hour about why you're supposed to study.
Yep. So now we got these vagabond Jews who had no teacher, who had no leader, who submitted themselves to nobody. Now they're committing exorcisms, obviously for gain. Why else would you do it? For notoriety or some kind of gain you're doing it for?
Yes.
It's payment or it's respect, notoriety. They coming up like this and damn gypsies act. It's going from city to city act, performing miracles act, and getting respect behind it. Read on.
Acts chapter 19, verse 13. Then certain of the vagabond Jews, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which had evil spirits the name of the Lord Yahushua, saying, We adjure you by Christ whom Paul preacheth.
They're sitting back here trying to do weighty matters of exorcism in Christ's name without putting the work that Paul put in. Read on.
And there were 7 sons, one of Sceva, a Jew, and chief of the priests which did so.
So there was a priest, and there were 7 sons of Sheba, a Jew. Read on.
Verse 15. And the evil spirit answered.
The crazy thing, he says, and chief of the priests which did so. So there was a chief, there was a priest who was in on this racket. A Levite that was in on this racket that gave these sons of Sheba some kind of notoriety and respect behind their name.
Well, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Somebody wants a deal. Somebody wants a bribe.
The Sheba's getting this, and the priest is getting the cut somehow.
He's getting a deal now. He's getting cut.
He's getting the cut for these exorcisms. So read on.
And the evil spirit answered and said, Yahushua I know, and Paul I know.
They're known because of their commitment, their dedication, their abstinence is why they're known, is why they're respected. Read on.
But who are ye?
You have to put the work in. You got to put the commitment and the dedication in for the spiritual realm to respect you. These are facts. It's why people that sit back here and they start reading the Bible and they think they can just teach without sacrificing and committing. You got it wrong. Your camp is going to be hollow. The people you teach are going to be hollow. This is why in this camp, if you don't put the work in like we put the work in, you ain't going to see the podium. That's how you ensure the message is potent. Or you'll water down your message and you'll water down your camp if you let anybody teach because they've heard the Bible for X amount of years. Your years in the scriptures and your sacrifices and your abstinence has to match up to be justified. Read on.
Verse 16. And the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them, and the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them and overcame them and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded.
So it wasn't just those Theo individuals that were Greeks that the Most High plagued. He's plaguing Israelites that don't put the work in and don't put the commitment in if they're trying to take the place of a leader when they're not supposed to. Y'all don't understand. You're asking the Most High to curse you because one thing he talks about constantly is to not screw up people's lives when you have power over them. That's what Wisdom of Solomon 6 was. And this is why the Most High gave Esau the Bible.
But he be not a novice.
So you don't sit back. So you as an Edomite, being the head of the world, don't take advantage of the poor. Don't take advantage of the widow. Don't sit back here and use your leverage and power to gain advantage for you. That's what the book was supposed to be about. And Israelites, that they can't get past that desire for power and respect. And they take that power and they abuse people.
Yeah.
And the Most High destroys them for abusing people. Because a lot of our people teach for gain.
Yes. They prophesy for gain.
And that's why it's one of those things that Daryah was saying about you make sure that this teaching benefits the body more than them. Because if the teaching and the work is benefiting them more than the body, that's a red flag. Read on.
Verse 17. And this was known to all the Jews and Greeks also dwelling at Ephesus.
So there are these constant reminders for the people to realize to take these scriptures serious, take this job serious, take this calling serious. And if you're not ready to take this calling serious, stay away from this position. Read on.
And fear fell on them all, and the name of the Lord Yahushua was magnified.
I wish Israel took this to heart even to this day. Everybody and their mama thinks they can sit back here and skip
steps,
skip sacrifice, skip loss, and just rise to the top. Just because you were a son in the truth and your daddy in the truth for X amount of years don't make you bona fide.
Don't matter.
There's guys right now that they can run camps just because their daddy did when they were still in school. If you don't put the work in yourself and commit and learn to serve, why would you think the Spirit's going to work with you? Why would you even sit back here and walk around confident thinking the Spirit works with you?
I'm taking the bravado of being a Jew, and I'm making it theatrical, and I'm talking and walking and acting like a duck, quote unquote, so I can receive that way. That's another pimp philosophy. That's a way of you mirror people and you emulate people so people can't see the difference. Because a person that's unskilled can't see the difference between an authentic person and an actor. I want to put one point in the scripture, I'm done. This is Job 8 and 14 and 15. This is the completion of that point.
Yeah.
I'm saying this not to shame people. I'm saying this to save people, bro. Because I know men out of the spirit of fear don't want to submit to a environment where they have to be challenged. They don't want their weaknesses to be exposed. The problem is,
but you'll let your weaknesses be exposed to people who are following you though, and destroy their lives. That's what's so selfish about it. It's selfish.
Yeah.
I'll let my weaknesses destroy another person, but I don't want to look bad and get embarrassed in front of people.
Yeah.
Keep going on.
All right. Give me the chapter 8, verse 14 and verse 15.
Job chapter 8, verse 14.
Matter of fact, go to verse 13. I'm sorry, 13. Get the point.
Job chapter 8, verse 13. So are the paths of all that forget the Most High.
I'm not making it about the Most High because it's not about Him. I'm forgetting Him. Because if you didn't forget them, that means you would commit and suffer and go through the changes and go through the development and the pains of education. Read.
And the hypocrite's hope shall perish.
See, what motivates a person to do this, the word hypocrite means play actor. The person that's theatrical, that wants to act like an Israelite but doesn't want to live this way, guess what? What you're hoping for is going to perish. That's why this is dangerous for you. This is a scary thing for you to partake in this endeavor. Read.
Whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be a spider's web.
Meaning you'll have weak faith. We can act all day, but your faith won't be solid. Your faith will be solid as a spider's web. We can teach faith, but the Most High will make you have to live faith too. That's the scary part about teaching. When you teach, the Most High puts you through challenges to see, do you believe what you're teaching? And when you're teaching this information, okay, He's going to put you through a life test. Do you really believe this or not? Since you teach it, do you believe it? And now your faith is like a spider's web. It's invisible down there. You can't really see it, and you touch it, and you're like, I can feel it, but it's not really there. I'm teaching others to have faith, but I don't believe it. Read.
He shall lean upon his house.
And you're going to lean on your house. You're going to look for support. When a man's leaning on the house, trying to get some rest, trying to get some support. You're going to build with this information because it's obviously to benefit your personal house. What's going to happen? Read.
But it shall not stand.
But your house that you're building, it's not going to stand. Remember, if it be of the Lord, it shall stand. If it be of man, it shall come to what? Come to naught. Read.
He shall hold it fast, but it shall not endure.
But shall not what?
Endure.
It's not going to last. If you're building this in the spirit of competition and you're being pretentious, and this is a thing about, this is the trend. This is trending right now to be a Jew. This is trending to be a priest, quote unquote. Brother, what you're building is not going to last. It's going to be a phase in your life. But there will be nothing tangible long term. It doesn't work.
So the Most High is trying to protect us from ourselves. And if we want to serve the Lord, go through the right process to do so, and the Most High will reward you. But you got to go through the right process if you expect the rewards to be the right way. So let's go back to Acts. Let's finish up. They said there was great fear amongst the Jews and the Greeks dwelling near Ephesus. Read on. Verse 18.
Verse 18. And many that believed came and confessed and showed their deeds.
Because they saw the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it. And like I said, one more thing, brother, or sister, I'm not sure. Just listen to how we teach. And listen to the brothers and sisters we push. Because you know what? If the message should be adding up across the board.
Should be consistent.
It should be consistent, whether it's on our channel or whatever group of people that you are considering aligning yourself with. If there is discrepancies, let us know. And we'll try to give you as clear of an answer as possible to give you as much understanding as possible in making these decisions. But sometimes you need that contrast to really see what's the right thing to follow. So listen, they were able to see Paul and his example. Then they saw the sons of Sheva and their example. Then they said many believed and came and confessed. Once they saw the difference.
And there's camps that don't believe in Christ. That exists too.
Yeah.
There's Christ that don't believe Yahushua is the Savior.
There's a lot of wacky angles in Israelites.
They're hardcore Jews. They're straight Jews. Real Jews. They know Hebrew and everything. Hebrew, fringes, everything. But they're not under the belief that Christ is king and that Christ is the core of understanding the Bible.
And the Bible will tell you that. If you do that, the light ain't in them.
So you're wasting your time learning all this Hebrew. You're not serving Christ. Christ better be the core. Focus.
Yep.
He keeps everything honest. Christ keeps everybody honest.
Yeah. Another scripture on that too. Ecclesiastes 4:27.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget, the Lord comes in the volume of the book. So it's not just the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah.
It's that and it's Christ.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 27. Make not thyself an underling to a foolish man.
So the Bible says you're not supposed to make yourself an underling to a what?
A foolish man.
Go ahead.
Neither accept the person of the mighty.
Nor let things that you see that's not appropriate, let it go. And say, I'm going to let it slide because that person, I respect that person too much, that I'm just going to follow this person blindly. So he says, don't do that. Read on.
Verse 28.
Mm-hmm.
Strive for the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee.
It says, so you still, even though you're not supposed to be an underling to a fool, and you're not supposed to just have respect for a person because they got on the garment of a priest, he says you still got to strive for who?
For the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee.
So you can't let the fact that some people have hurt you or defiled you or stained your outlook towards the Most High, you can't let that prevent you from still seeking out the Most High. The Most High says strive for the truth until what?
Unto death.
So that means I still have a job to serve the Most High and still pursue the Most High, even though there may be some artificial individuals in front of me. Even though there may be some people that are in front of me that is not appropriate, I still can't let that stop me from pursuing the Most High. So there's still no reason. So there may be fear there, but you got to overcome
stop
it.
serving the Most High because Saul was tripping at?
No.
He kept doing his job. The Most High removed him. I'm sorry.
That's what he's saying. It's the same thing. You don't let nobody stop you from serving the Most High because you've had a couple of bad experiences. That's not eating food. You're not gonna stop eating food because somebody cooked some bad food.
Oh yeah, food poisoning.
Yeah, food poisoning. You may not go to that particular restaurant, but you're gonna still eat somewhere. You still gotta fight. You just gotta make better decisions and be wise and make better selection. But it's like that with the Lord. We still gotta. It's necessary that we serve the Lord, but in the process, go to Isaiah chapter 55 verse 16.
Was that?
Let no man steal thy crown.
Yeah.
There's no 16 and 55.
55 and I said Isaiah 55 and 6. I'm sorry.
55 and 6.
55 and 6.
Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 6. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found.
So the Most High, if the Most High got his hand on me, the Most High is trying to get my attention.
Yeah.
He's trying to wake me up. I still got to seek. I still got to pursue the Most High while there's still opportunity. Read on.
Call ye upon him.
It said we're supposed to be doing what?
Call ye upon him.
This is where prayer comes in at and counsel comes in at. I'm calling on the Most High, asking the Most High, because nobody knows for a certain or guarantee is the camp that they're in the best place for them. There's a piece of faith involved in choosing the camp. There's some faith involved.
No doubt.
You and trust. You don't know if what these guys are telling me, and it's the prayer that I had when I came into the truth. I prayed to the Most High. If I could do a commitment to the white man's military, and I could willingly sign my life away, then knowing there may be some bullets coming, knowing there may be some bombs coming, knowing there may be some war coming, but if I can willingly expose myself to danger to the white man, how come I can't willingly expose myself to danger to the Most High? So in that same thought process, I said, you know what? Just like I willingly signed my name away, I could willingly say, okay, Lord, if this is the truth, then show me that this is the truth. Lord, if this is the truth, then show me that these people or this individual, this word is your word. If not, remove me from it. Take me away from it. And just as much as I made a commitment to some other organization, I can make a commitment to the Most High's organization. And then you still don't know for certain, though. You still don't know for a fact, is this the Most High? Does he want me here? But I can't let that stop me from serving the Most High. Read it again.
Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call ye upon him.
And this one you call upon the Most High. Lord, if this is where you want me to be at, then put me here. And if I put myself here and I'll give myself a certain amount of time, and if this is not where you want me, then please remove me. And if you want me to have this knowledge from these individuals, then I'll stay. You got to still make a commitment. Read on.
Call ye upon him while he is near.
Go ahead.
Let the wicked forsake his way.
It said, but in the process, no matter where I go, I still got to be in the mind frame of what?
Forsaking your way.
I still got to give up something. I still have to yield something. If I'm going to learn something from the Most High, then I have to give up something. I have to give up my pride. I have to give up my thoughts. I have to give up my opinion. I have to give up what I think. How can I learn if I don't take away or remove something out of its place? Christ said you can't put new wine in what? In an old bottle. He said the bottle and the wine must be new. That means if I got to come in ready to learn and at least open-minded. Read on.
And the unrighteous man, his thoughts.
And I still got to forfeit my what?
My thoughts.
I still got to forfeit my thoughts no matter what camp I go to. If I'm going to learn something. I can't say, well, y'all know what? Y'all do the Sabbath like this. So I got to check these people about how they do the Sabbath.
Yep, can't do that.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying you can't enter the camp with preconceived skepticism or something like that?
Right. You still got to be open-minded. Well, I see how, in my church we did communion every week. We passed the wafer around and we drank the grape juice every week. I don't see communion going on over here. I don't see y'all doing prayers. I don't see y'all singing songs and dancing. I don't see y'all praise worship. What's going on? You can't come into a congregation with your own thoughts about what it should be like. You're never going to learn anyway. There's a part of learning that requires submission and yielding what you think you know.
Yep.
In order and all camps, I'm sure, have something to learn and pull from. Read.
And let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him.
And the Most High will do what?
Have mercy upon him.
Because the purpose of you joining the camp is you want to return back to who? The Most High. So the Most High will put you in the right place, but you got to be open-minded. You got to be humble. You got to throw away your opinion. And then the Most High will have mercy and let you get what you need to get out of that congregation.
Yep. Because ultimately, Christ's gonna be doing the adjustments in the wilderness anyway. So we're gonna all have to make adjustments when Christ comes back.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is just the preparations needed to get to the wilderness. But what's the number one thing you gotta have? What is the number one thing you're supposed to get from camps? Humility.
Humility. Yeah.
Humility is the number one thing. Without humility, how you gonna get molded when it really counts?
You can't.
You're not. It's gonna be it's gonna be very difficult to get molded if you're not in the spirit of being molded already. I'm telling you, if you can't get that, what's gonna happen when you got to make immediate adjustments and lock in? It's gonna be very hard to do that.
Because you're not accustomed to
There
doing
is
that.
a lot of Israelites. I've talked to many brothers that want to go a different direction. My first answer to them is find somebody that you're going to submit to and lock into them.
Yeah.
Wherever you go and sit back here and lock into what they're doing and learn how to follow.
And whatever thou find thy hand so doing,
Do it all thy might.
do it all that might.
But you got to serve. You got to do it in the spirit of the teacher that you choose to lock into. If not, you're wasting your time. Because when the only person I got to answer to is myself, you're gonna automatically keep your foot off the gas. Who's gonna keep pushing you? Nobody. Anyway, let's go back to Acts. Let's finish this out real quick. Acts 19, verse 18 through 20.
Verse 18. And many that believed came and confessed and showed their deeds.
So I like this verse because many times you read about the scriptures about confessing in Christ, confessing that Christ came down. Along with confession is deeds and actions. I've been told many times from a church perspective, all you got to do is confess Christ. Part of confessing Christ is living like Christ, fighting to follow his path. So confessions and deeds go hand in hand. Read on.
Verse 19. Many of them also, which used curious arts, brought their books together and burned them before all men. And they counted the price of them and found it 50,000 pieces of silver.
So what it's saying is they're actually putting their money where their mouth is. This is what confession looks like. Confession looks like if I'm following Christ, why do I have anything that's contrary to Christ in my house? Let me eliminate anything that's contrary to the serving of the Most High Christ away from. Let me get rid of all of it.
So they threw away what they believed in.
Yes. And they burned it. They burned what they believed in. And that's how they showed with their actions that they were sincere about serving Christ. How many of us sit back here and change from our habits when we say we want to follow Christ? A lot of times we say we're Jew in action, but we still do our same habits.
Still have these connections.
We still have these connections. We have access to our old life and think we're really in the spirit still. So that's a good thing. Let that go real quick. I really want to jump and finish
I
this.
like that point though about disconnecting from old sources of the flesh.
Kind of.
And disconnecting from old people in circles and old ideologies. That has to be done if you want to give yourself the environment to grow.
If you're really confessing. If you're really confessing, there's actions behind it. It's not just words. There's deeds behind the confession. Okay, let's real quick. Let's go. Let's just keep going. Let's go now. Josephus, book 12, chapter 2, paragraph 15.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 3, paragraph 15.
No, it's chapter 2.
Oh, sorry. Chapter
2. Paragraph
chapter
15.
2, paragraph 15, line 114.
Yep.
And when the king had received these books from Demetrius, as we have said already, he adored them.
So Ptolemy adored the Bible translation from Hebrew to Greek, and that separate book of understanding, and that book of Orestes had with that 2-week conversation with those 72 elders. 3 books, he delighted in it. Read on.
And gave order that great care should be taken of them, that they might remain uncorrupted. He also desired that the interpreters would come often to him out of Judea.
So he wanted to sit back here and get these guys personal flights, boat rides obviously, back from Jerusalem down to Egypt to converse with them and talk with them and give them more information
on a regular.
He wanted to bleed them out of information out and counsel out. Read on.
And that both on account of the respects that he would pay them, and on account of the presents he would make them.
So Esau, only way Esau shows respect is through his bread out. So I pay to come down, first class flight. Yeah. What you need? Read on.
For he said, it was now but just to send them away, although if of their own accord they would come to him hereafter, they should obtain all that their own wisdom might justly require.
So what he's saying is, he says, what you guys are saying is worth gold. It's invaluable. So whenever you can come down, I'm gonna pay you worth your time, because your time is really gold. Now, when you got the Jew trying to sit back and counsel another Jew, how do we sit back here and treat them with disrespect? This guy was like, I respect the counsel you're giving me. Those same elders are more likely than not are appreciated less in their own home country. Yeah, because that's how it is. Israel don't want to hear the truth. This is why sons don't want to hear their fathers. Yep. They just think it's just an annoyance. Oh, Dad. Oh, you're always riding me, Dad. Oh, it's the same old thing.
That's real.
Oh, you're just riding me. Oh, I know, Dad. I know. Do you? I know, Dad. Do you really know? Do you? They're showing in their actions that they don't value counsel as gold. It's literally life-saving. Oh, I just want to play my dick.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Jump over here. I need your help. I need your backup.
Back me up.
That's more valuable than counsel. Mom, meatloaf. They're sipping on soda. I need more snacks, Mom. More snacks. This is what we value.
You interrupted me.
This is how we think. Versus appreciating godly discourse as life-saving information.
That's the truth, though.
Just being honest. Anyway, let's continue.
and what his generosity was able to give them.
Mm-hmm.
So he sent them away and gave to every one of them 3 garments.
You know there was some bad garments too.
Y'all
They was fire.
Can't home fly with it now.
Listen, you couldn't wear that in the streets in Julian. You better keep that at the house. You better keep it wrapped up. Keep going,
Of the best sort, and 2 talents of gold.
Better hide that money too. Read on.
And a cup.
What kind of car you drive? I know you've been getting from the song that you've been listening to from the kid you've been talking to.
But keep going, man. Come on, man. Keep going, man.
And a cup of the value of 1 talent, and the furniture of the room wherein they were feasted.
Well, what's dope is they got to bring home furniture out. That's king's furniture out.
Yeah. Fly.
So you get to bring your king's chair out. Cause it was fly. Those chairs were fly.
Because you know Jews steal pillows from the hotel.
Yes.
Jews steal pillows, towels, toothpaste.
They're taking the king's mattresses.
Shampoo, conditioner, soaps, body wash. Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
They saying you can take the mattresses. They bringing mattresses home.
Yeah.
Mattresses, chairs, bro. Listen,
I paid for it.
The chest of drawers. They taking the chest of drawers home, man. They taking it all home, man. Keep going, man. Lamps.
And these
it's Greek. It's Greek.
Yeah.
What you know about that?
Yeah.
It's Egypto Greek.
No, it's Corinthian.
It's Egypto.
It's Corinthian leather.
That's Corinthian leather.
It's Corinthian.
Yeah, Corinthian leather. Best leather.
Where'd you get this from? Oh, I talked to the king. I'm in the king.
Yeah, he's my homie. He's my homie. Yeah.
You talk.
Get your breakdowns out.
That's crazy. Let's keep going.
And these were the things he presented to them.
Mm-hmm.
But by them he sent to Eleazar the high priest 10 beds.
So he said, listen, first of all, don't forget, Eleazar didn't ask nothing. He just sent the 72 and faded back and did his job for the Lord.
Played his role out.
So whatever they needed it for. Point is the Most High, listen, Most High, like, I'm going to look after you, Eleazar, because you didn't want nothing. You didn't get it. You didn't do this for nothing.
That alone is a Bible class.
I know.
That's
bro.
a Bible class because there's some wanting something people in life.
There's a lot of wanting something people.
Wanting something people. I can't say the word online anymore. I'm trying to stop the cussing thing.
Me too.
I'm trying to stop that. No more. No mas. But people want, but it tarshes the word.
Yes.
Because to get what you want, sometimes you have to
compromise. So he said, I'm going to send these men, whatever they get. My job is to stay at home and do my job as a high priest for my country. So Ptolemy's like, because you sent them, I'm going to send you 10 beds with feet of silver. Listen, that's pretty dope. That means the whole roundabout was silver.
You must have them lion feet, them silver lion feet.
Yes.
Ooh, Eleazar,
The bed feels better now.
Yeah.
You gonna buy something like this.
Yeah.
Sleeping on silver, y'all.
And keep in mind, they are in Egypt. Egyptian cotton is the best cotton.
Oh my God!
So, that's like 3,000. Thread count.
The thread count is so thready.
Yeah.
It's so silky. You dig?
You don't sweat. Ain't no sweating. Ain't no sweating in the bed.
Keep going.
And the furniture to them belonging, and a cup of the value of 30 talents.
God, he had a goblet out. He had a king's goblet because that's how he treated the high priest, like a king. That's how they looked at the high priest. Read on.
And besides these, 10 garments.
So he gave the men 3. He gave him 10. Read on.
And purple, and a very beautiful crown, and 100 pieces of the finest woven linen.
So you can make your own garments how you want. I'm gonna give you the materials to make it look fire.
Yeah.
You're getting all the material you want out.
You'll fly past them, right?
10 garments and purple. Purple must have been a difficult color to get at.
Okay.
So it was purple, and he said he had a very beautiful crown, 10 garments, linen. Keep going. He was swimming in linen out.
Yeah.
He's good to go out. Read on.
And 100 pieces of the finest woven linen.
It's crazy.
And also vials and dishes and vessels for pouring, and 2 golden cisterns to be dedicated to the Most High.
So he gave something just for him and for the temple. Yes, sir.
That cup was worth $88 million.
Bro, listen.
He spent over 2 B's then, huh?
Listen,
2 B's.
easy. Oh yeah, definitely. But he blew money like a mug, and I always go back to this. These numbers keep racking up how much he spent, but he valued the work. They valued the word. Our people don't value the word the same way.
Right.
Whether it's young people, old people, we don't value what we have. Really, reading the scriptures is like punishment to the Jew, right? Right or wrong? You want to punish a Jew? Read 5 chapters a night. And write notes and write down the breakdown and the explanation per chapter. That's the greatest punishment you can give the Jew. Make him read the Bible.
They don't care about push-ups.
They will do push-ups, which is okay. Make him read the Bible out and write a report on what you read.
Come on. Come on.
That ain't fair. Like, dang, aren't you supposed to want to read the Bible?
No, we're at a Bible
Isn't
school.
this a Bible school? I'm going to say it again. Isn't this a Bible school?
Yes.
It doesn't act like it. We don't act like it's a Bible school. That's like going to Shaolin Temple and so you're going to learn karate today. Oh, man. I don't want to do karate today. I just want to eat rice. Like, why are you at the Shaolin Temple then? If you don't want to do karate?
They have the best rice you could.
Like, what are you talking about? Does that make sense? We're the only people. The Chinese, when they go to the temple, we're going to do karate today. And if I live in a temple, karate's my life. You ever see like the floors? They're bent.
Yep.
With all the kicking on the floor. Because you go to the Shaolin Temple, you agree to do karate for the rest of your life. You go to Israelite Bible school, I didn't know I was going to be doing this much reading. What the hell did you think this was going to be?
Or no pen, no paper.
No pen, no paper, no markers. Ain't no marking nothing.
No highlights.
This Bible's going to be fresh and clean like it was before.
Like Air Force One.
It's going to be completely clean. There's no reason for marker, nothing. That's what it is, What kind of craziness is this? I'm going to keep repeating this until it sticks in the Jew's mind. We are in a Bible school, which means we're supposed to be reading the Bible every day.
No way, that's too much.
But we will do something else every day. Anyway, Israel can understand the Shaolin Temple, right? People can play video games every day, right? People go on the internet every day, right? We can't read the Bible every day. You can listen to a podcast, right? But you can't hear the scripture every day. You can't listen to a breakdown.
Listen to music.
You can listen to Joe Rogan, though. Did you listen to this podcast? It was so informative. I don't get that either. I don't get if you're behind in your classes, but you got time to listen to goofballs online. Who's that guy, Beast? Mr. Beast?
Oh, man.
How can y'all listen to Mr. Beast if y'all listen to the Bible? You got time for that dude. It's just Edomite online that all these young folks be listening to.
You got set up challenges for money.
How do you got time for this? And the only reason I know because my kid told me about it. Because he's at a damn a fast food chain,
Yeah.
and he's out here. You get the Mr. Beast meal. I'm like, what the hell is this? Who is this Edomite? He's a superstar. I'm like, how is this guy a superstar? Who's this clown?
It's crazy, man.
He was at the Super Bowl. They brought him out.
Couldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
There's another white dude walking down the field.
And he asked Elon, he said, Elon, if you die, can I have X? And he said, yes. That was a good question.
All that stuff is happening, and we are tuned into that. But we will not read the Bible or listen to it long enough for it to stick.
And you know what's so funny? We gotta thank the Most High. The music's so bad right now. We gotta thank the Most High. It's really bad. Cause music must be pulling me into it. It's so bad. I'm like, man, what? I do listen to country now. Like, what I do? I'm stuck in the 90s.
Don't listen to that Beyonce country. That was horrible.
It's not that good.
Anyway, let me stop.
I'm like,
that was my opinion. That was my opinion.
I might as well press the play button on my phone now. Hear class. Nothing else to hear other than the Ball Twins. The Ball Boys. They don't got a good song. Yeah, Kendrick
Ball twins?
Lamar gonna abuse you out and make you hear one song for a whole year. That's what Kendrick's gonna do out. You wonder why
They're not like us. Part 2, Part 3,
Part 3. Listen,
Part 7. They're really not like us. Last time they weren't like us. Now they're really not like us.
They're not like us.
Or I'm gonna give you a song that sounds very much like the.
What's the new Kendrick song? It goes dun 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 dun. Different chorus.
It's the same chorus, same
beat, different chorus. Like, what is this? What are you doing to me, Ak?
Read the Bible, you won't have this problem.
And that's why the Ball Boys have the hit of the year, because they just said, let's make it just a different song.
These are just basketball players got the hit of the year.
I get why, though, because all you hear is one song. Right? There's nothing else to listen to. What else is coming out?
That's Amalek's fault.
Amalek's is blocking the game.
They're defunding black music. Something like whatever you want to do. What do you call it? Anyway.
So,
let's stay here. We're going all around.
We have ample opportunity to read the Bible now. Thanks to Amalek.
Thanks to Amalek, yeah. Thanks to Sexy Red Eye.
Oh my God.
Because that music's being played.
Yeah.
Thanks to her, we can study better. Right? Yeah. Less distractions.
I can't listen. I saw this kid online. I know it's off top of that. This kid was dancing. This little black boy was dancing, and he was dancing like Sexy Red Eye.
Oh,
little boy, he was on the ground like this. It was so.
Don't even show it.
Sabbath.
It was so bad.
People get visuals at. You know what I'm saying?
That's why don't even arch your back.
Yeah, because
I didn't want to see it. Yeah. I didn't want to see it in my brain.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Listen, it was so angry. The sister made a video about it. A sister got online and she blasted the parents out. A sister got angry at it. His regular sister got online and she just slammed what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And you know what? That's a blessing that our people are getting offended at things.
It's about time.
It's about time to get offended for righteousness. Righteousness.
Finally stand up.
So let's continue.
Line 118. He also desired him by an epistle that he would give these interpreters leave, if any of them were desirous of coming to him, because he highly valued a conversation with men of such learning, and should be very willing to lay out his wealth upon which men.
So Ptolemy hit up the 72 and said, if you want to come back, come through. He said, if you want to come back, come through. But he also sent a letter officially to Eleazar saying, man, if you want to shoot some of the guys, if you can spare them, I want to talk to them also. So he's covering both ends just for their time. Just for their time, because he values wisdom and talking about growth. Because the truth is this, if you're going to thrive in this realm, you know what you have to learn to love? Talking about servicing the Most High as best as you can.
Yes.
You know the problem is, whether it's with young people, children, teenagers, we don't care about maxing ourselves out in anything. We're so focused on just being so damn bare minimum. And that mindset is hard to break and challenge in young people. Mediocrity. Mm-hmm. I just want to show up and put together some trash effort, and you got to be happy with the fact that I just give piss poor effort. The problem with our youth, I sound like an old ass dude now, man. Damn. The problem with our youth, golly, I sound like a 60-year-old guy. The problem with the black youth in today, it's the truth though. Nobody wants nothing. Nobody wants to try to achieve nothing. Nobody wants to challenge themselves. The pursuit of wisdom is about the pursuit of doing things as efficient and as skilled as possible. But the problem is we want to give 30% work, 30% effort, and get maximum return. And this is why the discourse of wisdom goes over our heads. Because the discourse of wisdom is all about just iron sharpening iron. Which discourse, which method is the most efficient and the most productive? Yep. And this is what Ptolemy was all into. He's like, I know these guys are going to challenge me to come with the best information and the best solutions. They're going to put me on notice. And I respect that. We don't want to hear that you can do it better. I'm never good enough, Dad. Nothing I ever do is good enough. Isn't that what your teen tells you? Or is that the look that they give you? But the reality is, y'all got to learn to appreciate being challenged. That's the greatest love you can be given. Anyway, continue.
And this was what came to the Jews, and was much to their glory and honor, from Ptolemy Philadelphus.
Okay, now let's finish up in a Philo real quick and get Philo paragraph 43 and 44.
This is Philo page 494, line 43.
Mm-hmm.
In this way, those admirable and incomparable and most desirable laws were made known to all people.
So, once again, as a recap, when the 72 elders made the translation of the scriptures, he gave this. What ended up happening is everyone in the world eventually got access to the scriptures. Everybody in the world was given access to getting to know the Heavenly Father and the power that He was and is. And this is why this was a great work and significant and needed to be talked about. And it also lets us know that this Septuagint is not the white man's book. This is not white scholars putting this together. This was elders translating the book from the ancient texts so that the entire world can read the black man's book.
It's a Jew.
And that was something to be talked about and praised and honored in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Let's continue.
All right. He says, line 43, whether private individuals or kings.
So whether it's royalty or a regular person that was willing to seek the Most High. Read on.
And this too at a period when the nation had not been prosperous for a long time.
And he said, we had fallen already. And the Most High was able to sit back here and put it in the hands of a leader who gave it automatic what? Respectability. For the fact that Ptolemy advocated for it, Ptolemy Philadelphus advocated for this book, his backing it gave it credibility around the world.
Yep.
So now the world didn't have to sit back here and read these scriptures even knowing that the Judas on the bottom of the totem pole wrote it. This Edomite sat back here and said that this is legit. So now everybody had an opportunity to reverence the book from the jump and give it the respect that it deserves. And that's why the Most High put it in Ptolemy's hands, because he was the more honorable of all the Edomites in his region or the world at the time. He gave it instant credibility, so everybody had to sit back here and respect the valid and be validated by this book because the king said it was legit. Read on.
He says, whether private individuals or kings, and this too at a period when the nation had not been prosperous for a long time. And it is generally the case that a cloud is thrown over the affairs of those who are not flourishing.
Hell yeah, if you ain't the top dog, they're not going to respect your books. When you're not on top, whatever wisdom and information comes out, that's like somebody from damn the Congo writes a hell of a novel. Anybody gives a damn about what information comes out the Congo at? Nobody cares, because they're not the award authority. If some great documented writing comes out of Brazil, nobody gives a damn, because it's not a world leader. Now, if some great writing comes out of England, it's going to be the rave of everybody. If it comes out of America, oh man, we're going to respect it if it's an Edomite. So he's saying that normally for the fact the Most High allowed this Bible to have a buzz and a respect is out of character. Because as low as we were on the totem pole, this shouldn't have got even 2 looks, let alone respect from kings and leaders around the world. Read on.
Plus, especially if the Greeks were in power at the time, they respected everything Greek.
Yeah. Greek
philosophy, Greek mythology,
Done.
Greek culture. So if it wasn't coming out of Greece, it wasn't important.
Yep.
It says,
And to the point where later on, Josephus had to sit back here and defend our history, because later on, by the time we got to the Romans, the value of our knowledge and message was forgotten about and only kept to a certain amount of people. So it went from the Greek leader respecting it and backing it, and then after he died, guess what happened? He just got put back on the shelf again. It just let the Most High know and the world know that the rest of these people weren't going to respect the Most High's word. Just wasn't meant to be. But continue.
He says, and it is generally the case that a cloud is thrown over the affairs of those who are not flourishing, so that but little is known of them. And then, if they make any fresh start and begin to improve, how great is the increase of their renown and glory? I think that in that case, every nation, abandoning all their own individual customs and utterly disregarding their national laws, would change and come over to the honor of such a people only.
So what he's saying is the hope was that the rest of the world would let go of their religions and beliefs and come serve the Most High. This was the same hope that Solomon had for Israel in 2 Chronicles, that the rest of the world will let go of their belief system and come serve the Most High. This was the intent from the beginning in the time of Moses. That was the intent. That was the intent with Moses,
Adamites.
With Solomon, with the entire world. Hell, even Adamites, before, what did the Adamites do? They sat back here, instead of holding strong their relation with the Most High, they started following strange knowledge and strange doctrine. We did it as Adam. With Moses, we were supposed to go into our promised land, hold our culture, and let everybody follow. We didn't do it there. We didn't do it with Solomon. We didn't do it at all. We will do it at the end when he changes our heart. And he takes that fleshly, that stone heart out of us and gives us a fleshy heart. Then we'll be capable to execute the expectations the Most High has had for us from the beginning. Now, the hope was here that we got the nations get the law and they was going to serve and they was going to gravitate to Israel. That didn't happen for two reasons. The nations didn't want the book that much, and our example wasn't steady enough to inspire them to keep serving the Most High.
True.
It was both.
Yeah.
And also on 2 points. Point number one, that people say that, oh man, we want, if there wasn't a Bible and there wasn't religion, there'd be world peace. And they have that picture of the peace symbol, which is a broken cross. The arms of the cross are broken in a circle, right? So that's the idea that, what's his name, the Beatles guy that Most High set up and shot?
John Lennon.
John Lennon, he said, he had a song called Imagine All the People.
He didn't believe in God, though.
Yeah, I know. But he had a song talking
Bad
about, the song was secretly saying about, listen, getting rid of all biblical principles and all religion, and then we have a beautiful world. And he made a song about romanticizing how beautiful the world would be without the scriptures, without the Spirit, without the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Most High took him out of that. Right? But another way for
And he also said that the Beatles are more famous than Jesus Christ.
exactly, the Most High sting him. He took him out for that. Right? So, knowing that, we know that the true path to world peace, quote unquote, because everybody wants world peace, is that everybody is under the concept of the Most High. Everybody's under the law of the Heavenly Father. Every king bows and commits his society to the law of the Lord. I want to read one point.
Mm-hmm.
This is the letter of Alexandrius or whatever. I forgot his name.
Aristius,
right? It says, and with the escort he sent Eleazar 10 couches with silver, legs, and all the necessary equipment, and a sideboard worth 30 talents, 10 robes, purple and magnificent ground, and 100 pieces of the finest woven linen, also bowls and dishes, and 2 golden beakers to be dedicated to God. 41. He urged him also in a letter that if any of the men preferred to come back to him, not to hinder them. That's what we're talking about right now, right? It says, for he counted it a great privilege to enjoy the society of such learned men, and would rather lavish his wealth upon them than upon vanities. Now, Philocrates, I'm not pronouncing it right. You have the complete story in accordance with my promise. I think that you find greater pleasure in these matters than in the writings of the mythologist. What is that saying? This king is converting to valuing the wisdom of the scriptures than the mythologies that were written previous. That's a changing of the guard. That's the changing of society to spiritual biblical principles. Versus basing the society off Egyptian, Roman, Greek, and Babylonian mythology. What is our society based on? If you study our society is based off of mythology. You get a chance to look at the architecture. You look at the different gods. You look at the bull. The bull when it comes to stock market. The bull. All the different things in the society still to this day venerates mythology. Right?
Yep.
Verse 45, read this point, I'm out of here. For you are devoted to the study of those things which can benefit the soul, and spend much time upon it. So what was the point? The king saw the value in the scriptures than above his youthful information that he got in his youth, which is mythology. This is important, bro. It's converting government from mythology and from paganism to the scriptures. That was the goal then. That's the goal now. And when Christ gets here, what's going to happen? Did y'all catch that apocalypse class of war drop? What's going to happen in the end?
We're going to be teaching the nations.
The nations are going to have to submit anyway and lock into the same thing it was just multiple attempts. The Adamite attempt. Time Moses attempt.
Yeah.
And the Septuagint attempt. That's going to be the second coming of Christ in that attempt. But that's going to be the final attempt. It's the same process.
It's the same thing the Most High is intended to do with this. He just got the only way for it to stick is to change our hearts, and we will sit back and lead from the front, and the rest of the world will follow and adhere accordingly. Let's finish this paragraph off.
All right, we're in.
I think that in every case,
it says, I think that in the middle of line 44. I think that in every nation. I think that case every nation, abandoning all their own individual customs and utterly disregarding their national laws, would change and come over to the honor of such a people only. For their laws, shining in connection with and simultaneously with the prosperity of the nation, will obscure all others, just as the rising sun obscures the stars.
and that's the poet in Philo trying to explain that following the Most High in Christ and the laws is greater than any other approach and method that the nations have to offer. And when he's just matching the sentiment. He's just matching the sentiment that the scriptures have been pushing this entire time. God, sis, we will. A lot of people are, bro. This is real. This fire is real, and we're gonna send prayers up for Israel, for Israel out there in California, that they're safe from the impending damages and the catastrophe that's not over. When I was sitting back and watching online, the fire is only 8 to 10% controlled.
Some zero.
Bro, and as the wind blows, these embers keep flowing, everything and keep catching fire. This is not like some regular. This is annually California has fire. This is a regular thing. This is way worse than the annual fires that are hitting in California, and the Most High is really speaking in regards to this fire that's happening. This is not some light thing.
I was watching it yesterday, and it said. The reporter was saying it was like the embers had a mind of their own.
Yeah.
It's like they would try and put it out, but it's like the wind gusts would just catch embers and literally just throw the embers about a few feet ahead and further.
And that's how, and we're going to go on Monday because that's the spirit of the Most High. Those are angels working and flying those embers in different places. They literally got fire hitting certain places, jumping over water and going across the water. How the hell is that happening? Brother, it's going here, then it has a mind of its own. It goes here, then it goes there, and it just crossing streets. This is the spirit of the Most High.
Yeah, they were suffering. A couple years ago, they had the fires, and they call it a holy fire. A couple years ago, and then they just got out. California just got out of the drought that was in California. All the reservoirs were running low, and so the water had just replenished on the rains that just recently happened. in this past year, 2024. So when they just got out of one famine, now they're engulfed in flames. So it's almost like a succession of issues that they're dealing with.
Bro, like I said, this is a real thing, and we're gonna pray for Israel out there, and just hope the Most High has mercy on His people. Most High is really hitting Esau, but Israel is not unaffected by this. Yes,
I was going to read this. It's this historic black neighborhood of Altadena.
Altadena, yeah.
Reduced.
Yes, and Altadena was a black neighborhood. Yes, Altadena is a black neighborhood. One of my family friends, their house got burnt and destroyed too. This is real. Altadena got black folks over there. They're like at the bottom of the foothills in California. This is hitting Jake too. So let's sit back here and send these prayers up, and just send a little extra for the brothers and sisters in California. All right. We're not going to be able to get through this class on time. There's no way we'll get through this. And I think we got the point about the significance of the law being given to Israel, or through Israel to the nations. I don't know if I'm going to go on next week or not. Romans 11. But Romans 11, I'm going to have to. Romans 11 gives clarity on this particular moment in the scriptures, so we understand the will of the Father moving forward. So I will do that, because Romans 11 lets us know just because Esau got the Bible don't mean the intention was to give them salvation or to give them the seat of authority forever, and that they were merely placeholders until Israel's punishment was over. But we want to make sure we clarify that, because people might sit back and listen to us and might think we're just Greek backers out. We're sitting back here loving on the Greek man out. We got to sit back and balance this out.
Yeah.
Even though we did talk about the Greeks earlier in this whole saga, and I think that you forgot that.
But
you got to go back and do it again. Explain.
But also that this is also because of what Ptolemy Philadelphus is doing. This is also allowing their society to flourish, because shortly after they go downhill very quickly. The Ptolemaic Empire starts to dwindle very fast, rapidly. So it's almost like he preserved them in their fullness just to get this job done. Because right after that, their society crumbles.
Because they call Ptolemy Philadelphus, it was the golden age of the Ptolemaic Empire. Yeah. It was the golden age when he was in power.
Yeah.
Then it slowly diminished. Ptolemy Xerxes, I'm saying his name wrong, Xerxes, they had a decent reign, and Philopator started losing it. And then that was when Antiochus kicked in. Antiochus the Great, the third. And after Antiochus the third, he had another son, he died. And then Epiphanes came in. So this was the plateau of the Ptolemaic Empire, was right here. That's why we're taking our time. We're going to go through this. We're going to go through Romans 11 next week to kind of explain the parallel behind what is the significance now that they have the book. Now they got the Bible. What does that got to do with the entire Edomite civilization? Where do they stand after that? Then once we go through that, we're going to start going through Daniel's 11. Because Daniel's 11 goes through all the reigns and the ups and downs between the Ptolemaic Empire, which is the king of the south, and the Seleucid Empire, which is the king of the north. Okay? So, Amajim, Waponya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Let's move it to the side. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us. Much faith. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For indeed is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. A war.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. Sheman. Zayat. Lamashak.
Yasharallah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'awa. La Duad.
La Duad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Harash.
Harash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Payah.
Payah.
Manawathiwa.
Manawathiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haroria.
Haroria.
Tzayawan.
Tzayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
I. Havilam.
Havilam.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Alahaynahu.
Alahaynahu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Achad.
Achad.
Yabaraki Yahweh.
Yabaraki Yahweh.
Wa Yashamarka.
Wa Yashamarka.
Ya'ar Yahweh.
Ya'ar Yahweh.
Panyawa.
Panyawa.
Aliyaka.
Aliyaka.
Wa Yachanyaka.
Wa Yachanka.
Yasha.
Yasha.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Panyawa.
Panyawa.
Aliyaka.
Aliyaka.
Wa Yashamlaka.
Wa Yashamlaka.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Shem.
Yahushai.
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 Shamar.
Shamar.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Barak.
Barak.
All of them Israel.
All of Israel.
All of Israel in California.
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 Enduring adversity.
Enduring adversity.
During these wildfires.
During these wildfires.
Rapah. All of Israel.
All of Israel.
Enduring grief.
Enduring grief.
During these wildfires.
During these wildfires.
Kazakh. All of Israel.
All of Israel.
Enduring affliction.
Enduring affliction.
During these wildfires.
During these wildfires.
Izar.
All
of Israel.
All of Israel.
Enduring affliction.
Enduring affliction.
During these wildfires.
During these wildfires.
Magun.
All
of Israel.
All of Israel.
Enduring affliction.
Enduring affliction.
In these wildfires.
In these wildfires.
Samat.
All
of Israel.
All of Israel.
Enduring affliction.
Enduring affliction.
During these wildfires.
During these wildfires.
The water.
Samyad.
Amad. Yahweh. Ba'asham. Yahushai. Rakno. Washwari. Wabiat. Support. 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 Rakatha Yahweh. Rakatha Yahushai. Rakatha Yahushai. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All grace. All patience. All long suffering. All love. All power. From Yahweh. All power. From Yahweh. All power. From Yahweh. Ba'asham. Yahushai. The water. From Yah. Amad. So look.
Saluting out the heavenly orders. Yahweh, Yahushai, Wakar Allah, Maybe Israel, Amadra, Barak,
Yahweh Ba'asham Yahushai Rakatam.
Kurishal. Judgmental. Trinity system. Distance stand. Better mind for God. Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, Maybe Israel, Amadra, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Rakatam Ba'asham Yahushai. Yashmatah. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, the water for tuning in.
The water.
See y'all on Monday. Hold on.